The goat of the morning is here. H-Day Wiggle.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the show. What we started here shortly. Thank you for so much love coming in here this morning. Thank you so much. Welcome to the broadcast, everybody. Happy Monday. Fresh week, fresh opportunities. Let's run that intro. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast. Thank you, Ryan Perpetrator, for the gifted. Thank you, 10 Lobster, for gifting, for resubscribing for 17 months. Thank you, M Bliss, for the tier 2 for 18 as well. Appreciate y'all, and welcome to the show today. We're back for another episode of the Monday Morning Show. I'm your host today, Highly in Descent. We're going to be diving into some Animal Crossing here this morning. The villager hunt continues. We're getting deep 300 plus tickets deep. Welcome in here. We got Oz in the house. Dual Master D in the building. Welcome to the show, baby. We got Red Museum in the building. Welcome to the broadcast as well. We got Wavy storming on in. Get those alerts turned back on. Ryan Perpetrator first in the chat. Lemons and Limes, where you at? Ambliss, thank you early birds for your patience today. I'm targeting that 7:50 to 8:10 time slot during the week. And we were close. We were 3.5 minutes off. We'll call it 4, baby. Yo, what up, Burger Smalls? Allie Allen, Red Museum, 10 Lobster Taco, good morning. Mads World's in the house. Welcome to the show. We got Watsy in the building. Welcome to the show. Ebony Bow, I said, yo, that's a double hello, I think. Mike 84, Cozy Assassin, Aelith Zana in the building. We got Teeny Giraffe in the building. Quelth is in the house. Card Shark's in the house. Sega. Dude, not kidding at all, man. I grew up with that Sega, that iconic Sega intro. Sega. Yo, Petit Lapine, good morning. Welcome to the broadcast, baby. Yo, Kalika. Kells, good morning. Sammy Dot, Soul Shepherd. Tales from the Fandom. We made it to the bottom of the chat. Y'all didn't make me work too hard. Let's scroll it back up real quick and check the daily check-ins. That low pressure engagement broadcast, that's what this is right here. You're always welcome to jump in the chat and get a good morning, especially on a Monday, because you're tuned into the Monday morning show, just chatting with extra steps. We'll have a game on in the background, but we're going to be here to chat and connect as an audience, as a community. Appreciate y'all tuning in today. Andromeda, Toad, Ghibli Gal, good morning. Cinnamon Stick, Adelaide Kate, good morning. Titus, Legend, enjoy your lurk if you're lurking. Silver Knight, Variant Hex, Dazabound, Island Melt Vibes, Jen Not Jen, welcome to the show. Welcome in. H-Dez. That could be fun. Yo, Reels, welcome to the broadcast. And good morning. Cerulean and Bird is definitely the word today. Silver Blink in the house. Gamer Lady in the house. Welcome to the show. Joy's in the building. Hope everyone had a great weekend. And it's good to see y'all back here today. We had a good weekend of broadcast. Fields of Mystria, Hyrule Warriors. A little tongue twister there with the W. We're back. We're locked in. Had a good weekend myself. Played a little bit of WoW. Was in a place called Desolus, which is exactly what it sounds like. Ganking fools and slaying demons and centaurs. Then I went and got my 5K steps in yesterday, and I listened to the whole Black Hole Super Red Aesop Rock album from start to finish. My favorite way to consume music. Man, that album is a trip. It's an emotional journey. And it was the perfect companion for my 5K steps yesterday. It was quite delectable. It was almost perfect too. There was only like a couple minutes of the album left when I got back home. So I just collapsed in my bed for a minute and just let the album ride out, you know. It was good stuff. Nice little jam session. That was about it. That was my weekend for the most part. Hanging out with y'all, playing some Hyrule Warriors, which was pretty fun, man. That game actually does have some gusto behind it. Conceptually, Hyrule Warriors has some gusto behind it. It definitely brings something to the table that you can't get from anywhere else in the Zelda universe. In fact, it brings two things to the table If you catch my drift, you know what I'm saying. And you know. Bazinga! But seriously, it was fun. Fun game. I was enjoying it. What's up, Dreamy Gamer? Good to see you today. Welcome to the show. Going to the library today. People still go to the library? Wow. Nah, dude, I miss my library. I should go. I know the library. I know there is a library near me that has a 3D printer that you can spend money to use. And you have to put yourself on a list though. And then show up when it's your turn and set it all up. And so like the list could be a couple days long because like some projects are like pretty big. I think there's a limit to how long a project can take. So you can't do anything insane. It's cool. Yeah, I might check it out. Yo, Kuda's in the house. Trips 14's in the house. Good morning, Trips. Thanks for waving the fam on in here. Good morning. Random Reject. Watsy girl, thank you for waving the fam on in here. Thank you so much, Watsy. It's good to have you back, man. I really do appreciate you. Yeah, it was a good weekend. What did y'all get into? Had some pistachios yesterday. It's good. Some good eats. That was about it. Watched some YouTube videos. I've been watching this guy on YouTube who goes through and he breaks down all of the science behind certain food products, and then he asks a question like, for example, are expensive eggs in the United States actually worth it? And he teaches you how eggs are produced and like manufactured essentially, you know, outside of the actual laying process. And then he goes through the process of like, he does a bunch of experiments, like controlled experiments to find out like, do more expensive eggs taste better? Are more expensive eggs healthier? Do more expensive eggs, you know, are they worth your time? Do they look different? Do they have different textures? And I was so blown away because I've always wondered if it was a scam. And like, turns out, and here in the States, mainly what you're paying for is the humane treatment of the chickens. That's actually what you're paying for. Because everything else doesn't matter. The nutritional difference is nominal. It's very small, but there is a nutritional difference. The visuals are actually very different. Like the yellowness of the yolk of like a pasture raised is very yellow, where it's almost pale if it's like a cage bird. So there is like some visual differences if you're like a chef cooking for someone. But really at the end of the day, $2 eggs versus $10 eggs isn't really that different outside of the moral side of it, the ethical side. It's you paying for chickens that get to live their life in a field versus a cage. Which is cool. I actually like that because I do kind of believe in that, the ethical raising of the critters. I actually do kind of feel that in my heart, you know, so I feel kind of justified at the end because I do buy a little bit more expensive eggs. I don't go all the way up to like the $10 cartons, but I don't buy the cheapest cartons. I usually buy the like above average price cartons personally. So the first time having eggs in the UK, I was like, why is the yolk orange? Yeah, exactly. Because like we're not used to that in the States. Yeah. Hello and good afternoon from rainy Germany. Guten Tag, right? Yeah, Guten Tag, right? And welcome to the show. Hey, good to see you here. Welcome in, Lady Samia. I disagree with that study. I'm wondering who paid for it. No one paid for it. It was a guy on YouTube who did all the studies himself. He did all the controlled experiments. He bought 4 different cartons of eggs. He went through a process of testing them, eating them, cooking them. He did it all himself, and then he made a 45-minute video about it, and with all the stats and all the information that he gathered. Yeah. And he did the science. It was there, nobody paid for anything. It was a guy who was on a mission to clear the air around the misinformation behind eggs and how in all reality they're not that much different, and there's not a ton of different nutritional values behind them. There's a little bit more protein in a pasture raised egg. There's a little bit more, you know, vitamins and stuff that you could totally be taking advantage of, but in all reality, they're not just instantly healthier. They're not just instantly gonna cure you, you know, like as they would kind of advertise. There really isn't that much of a difference. It comes down to what the chicken eats a lot. That's like really what it comes down to, and how it's fed. That's what ends up in the eggs. So yeah, no, it wasn't. It was all a pretty legitimate research, and whether or not you disagree with it, that's totally okay, you know. But I encourage you to go do your own research or check out this guy's YouTube and his findings, because it was pretty interesting stuff. Some of it I maybe kind of knew. Some of it actually surprised me pretty heartily, because I was convinced maybe there was some kind of like huge health benefit. I was really convinced that maybe like cheaper eggs were like filled with like soy, or just like, I don't know, and soy's not bad, but you know, I was just convinced that there was like a huge difference. There's not really a huge difference. It comes down mostly to the ethical value behind the chicken and how the chicken is raised and taken care of. Right. So like, it's not really that different. You'd be surprised, right? And I think this guy's data is pretty solid, right? He makes it clear that you could obviously get a little bit more scientific with it, but he does a really good job answering the questions. Yeah. My thought was always that the richer colored yolks would taste better, but I don't think there's actually evidence to support that. Well, and that's what he does. Look, he does a bunch of blind triangle experiments. So look, he takes 4 different eggs and he puts them on a spin. He blindfolds himself. He picks 3 of the eggs off and then sat there blindfolded and eats them. And he couldn't taste a difference. He couldn't smell a difference. This is just one guy. But he really couldn't. He was being honest. He's like, there's not really a difference in taste. He's like, you might be able to argue that there is, but like not really. Some of the benefits are like in baking. Like for example, the freshness. If you have eggs that are a month old in your fridge, they're not gonna whip up meringue is good. They're gonna be runnier. But if you get a fresh carton, those are gonna be better to like bake with and stuff like that. So there is like differences, but mostly talking about like that big old question, is it healthier to eat expensive eggs? And he kind of like debunked it a little bit. There's probably still some more science, you know, but yeah, he kind of debunked it. It's like, not really. There's not really a ton of a difference. Yeah, it does come down to how they feed them. So apparently what Soul Shepherd said is true. What they'll do is, this is how sneaky they are. Some of these companies will mix like dandelions and another yellow food into the feed to get yellower yolks. How messed up is that? So because their product is worse, but they want yellower yolks, they'll mix like dandelions and some other like yellowish, there was like another food they mentioned, into their feed just to get them to provide yellower yolks. So like even when the yolk is, or like orange, like even when the yolk is like a richer color, it could just be because they fed it different food. It might not even be that it's healthier raised. Like, so like they're always gaming the system, you know what I mean? Like, so, you know, a $10 carton of eggs might not be that different than a $2 carton of eggs. It comes down to your preference and your lifestyle and your budget. And that was cool. I also watched an episode from this guy on butter. And he did the same experiments on, is there a difference in taste and aroma of butter? And the different prices of butters that you spend. So he didn't include plant-based butter, because that's like margarine. He did only like milk-based butters. And that one's obvious. I think anybody who cooks knows that there's an instant difference between like a Kerrygold and like a super cheap butter. Like, oh yeah, like there's a big difference, right? So it was cool to see him kind of prove that, but also still kind of call out that the difference isn't huge, but it is there. So chicken's actually crazy. For instance, free range chickens only needs to have access to the outdoors and consider free range what they can label that. That's what he taught me in the video Fell with. Whereas like, if you truly want a free range chicken, it has to be like pasture raised. And then it's truly outside for most of its life. So, you know, allegedly. And those are the cartons of eggs that are like $10 at the grocery store in the States. So yeah, they lie to you a lot. Like, for example, I think they said something like free range just means that they need 2 square feet per chicken. So they're still like just sitting in like these massive barns that are still chock full of thousands of like chickens. And like, they're not even they're just sitting in a barn instead of a cage. It's just a bigger cage. Yeah, so you're right about that. Yeah, that's what this guy's video was talking about, you know? Yo, good to see you today, Fell with. Welcome in. Either way, I just wanted to share that because, you know, we talk about pretty regular, you know, things here. We like to talk about real life stuff, especially on a Monday. And when I learn something pretty cool like that, I like to kind of share my findings and my journey. And, you know, maybe you can take this catalyst to go discover more about this process yourself. And I always encourage you to do your own research, but it's cool. It kind of blew me away because I always spent more on eggs because I was worried that I was getting a worse product. So while I was maybe kind of wrong about that a little bit, in a lot of ways, I was right. The quality of eggs are kind of affected to some extent by how they're raised. And it comes down to the ethical side mostly, but there is a little bit of a quality difference. And I feel better that I spend, you know, $6 on a carton instead of 2 or 3. I do feel kind of justified, I'll be honest. Now, I don't know if I'll ever jump up to like the $10 cartons, but like, I don't know, maybe if I'm doing something special. You can't easily make money on large scale with pasture-raised chickens because of the predators. Chickens are hunted by almost every predator out there. First time chatter, just bought a Switch 2 recently. It's how I found your channel. Nice, dude. What's up, man? I hope you're enjoying your Switch 2 journey. It's, you know, off to a nice pace. I would like to see, you know, where things go at the end of this year, you know? Nice teeny giraffe. That's how I justify buying like bougier eggs and stuff. Because I just try to avoid buying a lot of the pitfalls. Yeah. Yeah, Admiral Akmir, it can be a lot for sure. What'd you have for supper yesterday? Pistachios. A salad. Well, I had one of these low-carb wraps in my cabinet that were about to go bad. They had been in there forever. So I was making a salad and then I saw that and I wrapped it up and I ate it in a wrap instead. But it was literally just lettuce and cucumber. Like, it was, I don't have much in my fridge. I need to go and do some more hunting and gathering today. So I had like a weird lettuce wrap thing, some pistachios. I didn't really eat too much. That was about it. It was pretty good though. I had the second half of this apple that I was saving for a couple days. I never ended up having my tea. I'm gonna have to do some tea today. Yo, what's up? How you doing today, Tinkaboo? Welcome in here, Minnie Mansky. Good to see you. Good morning, Cozy. Hope you're enjoying your egg sandwich. Good timing coming in here on that. Thing with butter is that it's manufactured, so you can chuck in hundreds of processed garbage. Eggs are mostly just pooped out. Yeah, true. The butter video was just as cool, but for different reasons, right? Yeah, pretty interesting. I think I'll keep watching this guy's videos because I just like learning about what I'm putting in my body, you know? I really do like learning about what I'm putting in my body and whatnot. So it's fun knowledge for me. Can you call my boss? I want to stay here today. Sure. Send me the number. You might be staying here all week, maybe all month. I can't guarantee you keep your employment, but yeah, go ahead and send me the phone number. We'll make it happen. Yep. Good morning, Sotima. Welcome to the show, Dragon Tamer Mom. Good to see you as well. A four-color diva, good morning. G-Ski, welcome to the show today as well. Nugs, again, good morning. Good morning, Mystical Whim, by the way. For sure, yeah, no problem, Mystical Whim. I definitely understand. I think the beautiful thing about science and whatnot is like disagreeing or questioning something. That's what you should be doing. You know, and then from there, doing your own research and discovering things. It's cool. What's up, Bernards? Good to see you. Good morning, Lady Samia. Did they do brown ones? Yeah, apparently the difference between brown eggs and white eggs is 100% genetic. That's what this guy's video said anyways. He said his discoveries were that there's actually no difference at all. And that it's just genetic. Same thing with blue eggs. It's 100% just based off the chicken's genetics, and it actually has nothing to do with the quality or anything. Which I didn't know that. I honestly was under the impression that brown eggs were healthier because they looked brown versus white. So my brain was like, okay, so they must be more natural. You know what I mean? That's what our brains do. It's like, oh, this is brown? Well, brown's a more natural color, so therefore these must be healthier eggs. And I was just like, no, actually, that's just not true. Like, that's just not how that works. Those are the wheat eggs, yeah. I've always felt the same way. Yeah. Apparently, it's literally just genetics. What about eggs being washed? Now, he didn't talk about that. He did like a little bit. He talked about the process of like what eggs go through to go from the chicken to our shelves at our store. But his video was more about like taste and texture. So like he didn't touch too much on the actual pot process of like them being washed. I think it's like pasteurization or something like that. That is a thing that happens with our eggs though, yeah. He I guess what I'm saying is while it was mentioned because it's a part of the process that eggs go through in the States, it wasn't focused on as far as why or how or when or whatever. Yeah, that wasn't, unfortunately, that's something I would have to do more research on. Yeah, he just mentioned that it does happen, right? Chocolate eggs, yo. What's up, Fat Cat Plush? And apparently there's a different category of egg. This is funny, we're having an egg talk this morning. Good morning, everybody. Apparently, I didn't know this, but there's like a different category of egg where they purposefully feed the chicken certain things to create a like more nutritional egg, and it has like a name and everything. Yeah, it's like yeah, I didn't even know this. I can't find the name, but like there's like a special type of egg. they're like they're made to like give you even more omega-3s and stuff like that. It's like a special kind of egg. I don't know. Yeah, they're like enriched. Yeah, exactly. And there's like a name for it. There's like, it starts with like an N. I think he used some kind of term, like a blank egg. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Enriched is probably the best word to use. Yo, Scarlett coming in with 30 months. Tier 2, good morning.
I hope everyone has a great week. Day wave.
Yo, Sean, thank you for popping in today, buddy. Good to see you. I want to try a spa boiled egg. You and me both. I grew up eating eggs from my family's free-range chickens. I love when people learn about chickens and eggs and stuff. We can tell if something is off with our chicken's diet. The first sign is thinner shells. Yeah, it's like something along those lines, Silver Blink. But he used the term I just found so interesting because I didn't know the term existed. It like started with an N, but my quick Google search didn't yield any results, so I'm just whatever. Yeah, what's up, Pirater Talks? Good to see you, dude. This discussion is cracking me up. UQB Games, good morning. Cindy Alice, good morning as well. Welcome to the broadcast here today. Twitch Thomas, welcome to the show. Different CAD egg gory. Okay, chat, calm down. Yo, Perch STG, good morning as well. I started this conversation. I was just talking about a video I watched this weekend. Yeah, I was just sharing that I was a video I watched because I'll watch like documentary and like informative stuff all the time, and every once in a while it's totally worth sharing and it's fun. Like I watched a super interesting video with Neil deGrasse Tyson about, it was essentially talking about the human condition, and in this case they were chatting about like what sets us apart from all the different animals. And it's like one of those discussions, and it was like really, really cool. And a lot of it has to do, you know, I think a lot of people are pretty keen to this conversation. A lot of it is like our adaptability and our ability to live anywhere. Like humans have actually lived almost everywhere on the planet, and there's no other animal that can say that. There's not a single animal on Earth that can keep up with us. We have lived in pretty much every corner of the planet, but nothing else can do that. And then the conversation goes further into like adaptability, and like that's like probably our biggest trait. Like so the prompt for the conversation was, is our ability to adapt our superpower? If we had to label a superpower. And it was like, yeah, it kind of is, because, you know, we have all these animals that are like better at us than other things. Like cheetahs are faster than us and gorillas are stronger than us. So you pause and you go, what really makes us special? What do we have that there's all these animals that are better than us at everything, but how are we on top? And it's our ability to adapt. That is our superpower. And I found that so fascinating, right? Because then they go further into like 30 minutes of just talking about how we have come to be the creature we are and our ability to adapt and change and grow. And it's really cool. It's super interesting. Yeah, the communication side of it, right? Stuff like that. Got them thumbs. Yeah, yeah. I watched the discussion on Dare. Dude, that's been showing up in my YouTube feed. Yeah, that's been showing up in my YouTube. It's like how Dare actually did the complete opposite for all of our kids. How all Dare did was introduce us to a good time. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. All Dare did was say, yo, check out these drugs, kids. Dude, that's so funny, man. They found a well-preserved saber-toothed tiger in ice, and they're going to try to bring him back to life. That's crazy. I know, same here, Lazy Stoneheart. Oh my gosh. Have you ever listened to the podcast Stuff You Should Know? I don't know. I don't think so. I want to say no to that one. I'll have to look into it. Good morning, Lenny, and it's good to see you today, dude. Trickster's in the house. Good morning, Meg Petrowski. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Monday morning show. I'm your host today, Highly in Descent. We're diving into some villager hunting, but of course, it's just chatting with extra steps. So we're yapping. My question of the day so far we always start with, how was your weekend? And what did you game on? How did your weekend and what did you game on, baby? Let me know in the chat here. Jump in and we'll hit you with a good morning if we haven't already. But yeah, that was my weekend pretty much. I just like to share what I get into in my free time. I think the highlight of my weekend was my 5K steps yesterday. I touched some trees. I got to see a super cute old dog twice. Imagine seeing the cutest, oldest pup of your existence and then getting to see him again 20 minutes later on the same walk because you just so happen to cross each other's paths again. I was a little too shy to ask to take a picture, but I probably should have because it was a gorgeous pupper. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that was nice. That was probably the highlight of my walk for sure. Yo, good morning, Just Jackie. Good to see you. Trees, what are they? What are the trees? Doing some Friends of Mineral Town? Is that what FOM is? Right? Wait, what is it? Oh, no, that's Fields of Mystria. I was missing the T. Fields of Mystria. Yeah. Dude, I loved our Fields of Mystria. That game is honestly so fun, dude. We have a chinchilla, so I deep cleaned his cage. Highlight seeing him happy. Curious Ohio question. What's your opinion on Skyline chili? I've never had it. I've never had Skyline chili. So I'm kind of a northern Ohio boy, and that's like very southern Ohio. It doesn't mean that it's not good. I've heard really good things about it. But you should know that those worlds are actually pretty separate. Southern Ohio boys are actually very different from Northern. We are very different. I'm sure a lot of states are like this, but Northern Ohio is like a completely different universe than Southern Ohio. It's seriously like Southern Ohio is basically Kentucky, but Kmart brand, and Northern Ohio is like its own universe. Greater Cleveland is just like, there's nothing else like it on the planet. I would argue it's real weird. Now, I haven't seen a lot of the planet, so this is a bold assumption, but I'm going to stick with my guns. I don't think there's anywhere on the planet like Greater Cleveland. It's very, very, very different than anything, I swear. But, I'm sure I could be proved wrong. Bold of you to say that about Baltimore. As a Southern Ohioan, this is accurate. Yeah. Gotta love the land. Yeah, dude. It's just very different, man. I don't know. Unless you live here, you just don't get it. Which is okay, We're not gatekeeping, but I'm from Central Ohio. The rest of Ohio is just weirdos. That's probably true, right? I'm not even saying that we're better than the rest of Ohio. I'm not saying we're better than we're probably worse. Greater Cleveland's weird. Yeah, it's like a weird trap. Everyone who lives in Greater Cleveland, Ohio, has the most bittersweet relationship with where they live. Some of us can be the most prideful Clevelanders and simultaneously absolutely hate everything about where we live. We could talk all day about how we want to leave, but we never will and never do. It's weird, man. It's just weird. It's like a trap. I feel like every state in the US is like this. The Lower Peninsula and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan are completely different. It's true because the states are so big. You know what I mean? Like you gotta like put into perspective that Like, our states are countries, dude. Ohio size comparison to Germany. All right. Let's just use Germany for example. So right now, like, Germany itself is only like half of Texas. Yeah, like I don't think people realize just how massive our states are sometimes, dude. Like, Germany's pretty big, which is why I brought Germany up. And like, Germany's only like half of Texas, so it's like a little bit bigger than Ohio. And Ohio's just a state. Germany is a country. So yeah, a lot of states in America are in fact very, very different. Like, yeah, like the north, the south, like it's all because it's just so big. Everything is so spread out. You know, I think that there's a very natural thing that happens here in the States. Like here's a picture right here. Take a look at this. Look at this. This is Germany compared to the States. Look at Germany and versus Ohio. Ohio is almost like, you could probably argue Ohio's like almost half of Germany, and it's one single state. Look at this. This is Germany. Look at this. Dude. Right? Like, if you really put things into perspective, you start to realize, like, every state in America is pretty much the size of a country. Every state in America is almost the size of a country. Not everyone, obviously, but like a lot of them. Like, it's actually really bonkers. It's pretty crazy when you put it into perspective. It's people don't realize the states are huge. Yeah. Blew my mind that you can take a train across England in a handful of hours. Yeah. It's like this. Think of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Cleveland is Will. Seabus is Carlton. And Cincinnati is their friend Jazz. Pretty accurate, I'd say. The only thing you left out is that northwestern Ohio is his uncle. What's his uncle's name? The only thing you missed out is northwestern Ohio is Uncle Phil. Yeah. That's you missed Uncle Phil, because Northwest Ohio is a completely different universe. Sandusky and all that. I don't even know what's over there. I've barely been over there. It's like a foreign land. I'm not even joking. Like, when I think about Northwest Ohio, it feels like it's across the ocean in like Europe to me. I'm not joking. Like, as a Clevelander, the rest of Ohio might as well as be across the ocean. That is how different it is from where I lived in my most of my life. Like, when I think of like Northwest Ohio, I'm like, who the f- is that? When I think of like Columbus, I'm like, huh? Who the hell are you, dude? Like, you might as well as be on another planet. Like, I really have no clue who you are. Like, you're not an Ohioan to me. To me, Ohio is Greater Cleveland. Like, like, these people are not even on the same planet, dude. I swear to you, man. I swear, dude. Not even close. Cleveland is just that different. As a Clevelander, I agree. I went to college in Athens, and it's a different world. Completely different world in Athens. Exactly, Fraser. Yeah. Those are some fighting words. Dude, holy heck. Cleveland thinks it's the only Ohio there is. No, we know it's the only Ohio, because the rest of it is just the phony that looks like Ohio. Be gone. Be gone. It's not about thinking. We know what's happening. We all get it. Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. It does feel good to be back in Greater Cleveland. I wasn't living in Greater Cleveland for a while. For those that don't know my story, I spent about 5 years for the first time in my life out of Greater Cleveland and in like central western Ohio in no man's land, surrounded by nothing. And it was scary, dude. Not a single bus route. There was like a Wendy's. Like, it was like terrifying. So when I scrambled my way back to Greater Cleveland, I felt like I was holding my breath for 5 years and I could finally take in a nice chunk of disgusted smog city air. The smell of dead perch off of Lake Erie coast. Like, I was finally back to where I belonged, coming back to Greater Cleveland, dude. I was like, oh, yes. Yes. I felt empowered coming back. I'm the opposite. Take me back to the scary nowhere. I think that's a funny question. So chat room, do you consider yourself a country living person or a city living person? And I'm not asking about your current situation. I'm saying, like, what's your preference to live? Would you prefer to live out in the middle of nowhere? Or like to some extent away from people? Or would you prefer to live in the city? Because I feel like I'm both simultaneously, which is the worst feeling ever. While I would love to be out in the middle of nowhere with no light pollution to look at the stars every night, with true silence, if you've never lived in the country, you don't know what silence is. Silence is deafening in the country. If anybody can salute to that, dude, I'm telling you, there is a background noise behind everything in this city, and you grow to appreciate it. When I got taken out of the city to the country, the silence was deafening. Like, it was scary. It took a long time to adjust to, dude. It was like weird, like really, really weird. And I wasn't even like all the way in the country, and it still felt that way. Yeah, you can like hear the silence. So like on one hand, I think I would like that style of living. There's another part of me I'm obsessed with the city. Like, I would like that kind of living, but dude, I'll be honest with you. One of my favorite places I ever lived was on the corner of a street at a pretty busy intersection above like a hair salon. And I was in love. I had these big open windows and I got to look out into the city. I felt like Madeline from the old cartoon. Like, I was like a city boy. And I was like looking out to the cars and hearing the car horns beeping, and I felt like a city boy. And like, I like that, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I really do enjoy being around the hustle and bustle and tussle of society. So while I'm both. Like, I could deal. I like both. I would love to live in like the heart of like downtown New York. That would be so cool to me. But then also, I would love to be away from everything and have my own land. Like, I'm very torn, to be honest. Too many people give me that quiet country life. Yo, what's up, Ham Labs? I see you. Cheers. And what's up, Irene? Good morning. I'd love to live in the middle of nowhere, but it's hard to get good internet, so I don't. The silence of the countryside at night is bliss. I'll never be able to top it. How can you love that noise? I don't know, man. I love the hustle and bustle. I'm a hustle and bustle kind of guy. I enjoyed loud noises too. I lived in both. Yeah, see, David gets it, man. DKC2 David gets it, man. Yeah, like, there's something to appreciate about the city noises and the city life. I don't know. Yeah, I like it. Now, I've never lived in like a big city. I've only ever lived in like a pretty decent city when it comes to like this conversation. So maybe I would get sick of it if I lived in like a massive city. Like, maybe that would be too much, but I live on a small farm, but I'm like 20 minutes to Philly. Happy to have that, but I can't imagine being so far from one another. Yeah, I agree with that. I think if I did live out in the country, I would still want to be within 30 minutes of like a hospital, for example. Because I'm an overthinker and I would just be freaking out all the time. I don't know if I would want to live so far out that it would take me 2 hours to get to like a hospital. Like that would be kind of scary to me, to be honest. I'm just catching up on chat real quick. 10 minutes from a town, 10 acres around me. See, that's like perfect. 10 minutes from a town with 10 acres around you. That would honestly probably be the most ideal situation. Right? Where like you live out in the country, but you're only like 15 minutes away from civilization. Like, ooh, chef's kiss. Like that's probably the most ideal, right? I feel like the city provides a certain white noise, just like listening to traffic is almost a different type of white noise, right? Yeah. I'm telling you, there's this underlying buzz behind everything. I first tuned into the underlying buzz in my experimental years. And, you know, it's like really hard to miss that buzz under a certain like state of mind. It's like really, really noticeable. And like from there, I was never able to unhear it. Yo, what's up, Tenors? Good to see you, dude. Beanie Blooms, good morning. Welcome to the show. My white noise is currently children arguing outside. Nice, but nice. Dude, the last place I lived, the bus stop was in front of my house. So every morning I woke up to a bunch of snot noses screaming. And I'm like, dude, isn't this the country? Shut up. Every morning, dude. Every morning. Yo, what's up, Mentally Healthy? Good to see you here today. Welcome to the show. Homemade Aliens in the house. Welcome to the show. Flare tails in the building. Welcome to the Monday morning show. Good to see y'all back in here today. Welcome in. Flare tail, good luck on your streaming journey. Appreciate you. Thanks for popping into the chat today, Miss Murder Mittens. Yo, Starling. Country living. Cicadas are loud. True. Buy the Brick Book. Good to see you back in here. Good morning. Welcome in. All right, we didn't miss too much. I see Rubes out there. What's up, Rubes? Ash370. What did y'all game on this weekend? What did y'all game on this weekend, dudes? What did y'all get into? Fields of Mystery is a big one here for us, I think. Meg Petrowski, we'll see what happens today. I am taking tomorrow off. Just a little bit of a PSA. We will be taking tomorrow off. Tomorrow's going to be our day off for this week. So I'll take tomorrow. I'll be back Wednesday. That's the plan anyways. Yeah, we will take tomorrow off. That'll be because I didn't really take a day off last week, so I'm pretty beat up. I'm tired today. I felt like a train hit me. I woke up this morning just like, when was the last time I had a day off? And then I remembered that I streamed on my day off, and I'm just like, it really wasn't that bad. It was a great week of streams. But yeah, I'm overdue for a morning to myself. I'm actually looking for something new. I reached the epilogue in Tales and I don't know what to do with my life. Aw. So how was Tales of the Shire? Did you enjoy it? Cindy Alice, if you could give me a review between 1 and 10, 10 being the best thing you've ever played, 1 being the worst, 5 being, it was okay, what would you give Tales of the Shire? I'm just kind of curious. I beat Wind Waker, so I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. Nice. What's up, Mouseberry? Did you enjoy Wind Waker? Were you playing the GameCube version on the Switch too? Because that's a little bit of a hard version to get through, because the end is a slog with the Triforce hunt. You're giving it a 7 and 8. I just wish it was longer. Cool. Yeah. Nice. I gave it a 6 originally before I really got my teeth, sunk into it. I've upped my score since to about a 7, and I'm not even near done, so sounds like our views align pretty healthily there. King of Arcadia says, good morning, I rolled credits on DK Bonanza this weekend. Now I'm in post-game. Nice. We did a little bit of post-game Bonanza ourselves last week on my day off. We did a day off stream, and it was nice to finally play a little bit of Bonanza off stream. I might finally let myself play a little bit actually off stream. Now that I've finally busted into the post game, I might let myself run around a little bit off stream if I get bored. But I'm honestly pretty satisfied in gaming at the moment. When it comes to like my personal gaming journey, a little bit of Pokemon Gold, a little bit of World of Warcraft, and then otherwise I've been kind of itching for something else maybe, but I'm gonna hold off. Most of my gaming's been on stream recently, which is okay. Oh, and of course, a butt ton of TCG Pocket, which I don't have my phone apparently. A ton. I'm loving the new set. I just pulled Immersive Ho-Oh, so now I have both immersives. I have both new art coming soon cards, which is pretty rad. So pretty happy about that. I'm loving the new TCG Pocket set. I think there's going to be some interesting decks to be built, which would be nice. I loved it. I don't mind the slog. I was surprised to learn you only need to collect 3 instead of 8 in HD. Yeah, so were you playing the HD version? I wasn't sure. That's why I was asking, because I find that the original Wind Waker is a little harder to get through. Okay, you were playing the original. You just said I was. Yeah. Yeah, so the HD version just kind of cleans it up a little bit. Correct. So just to kind of go further into that, the HD version of Wind Waker is a smoother experience, and I think it's a little bit more palatable. I think it's a little bit better, because when you get to the end of the game, you would like there to be a bit of a ramp up. You want the speed of the game to kind of pick up a little bit. And original Wind Waker does the opposite. You get to the end of the game, and then you get hit with a wall of like kind of hours of content to get through. And it's really interesting, so like the pace of the original game wasn't that healthy. It's not a bad game, it just, the pace wasn't that healthy, So I do think the HD version does a better pacing overall, but the original is always going to be special to me, for sure. And for those that got lost in the sauce there, we are talking about The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker and the difference between the HD edition and the original. But I'm super happy that you finished the game. It makes me super proud. I wish I could share that game with everyone on the planet, to be honest, because I love it so much. So here, take a sub on the house for a congratulations. Do you recommend Octopath Traveler? I've never actually played it, so I cannot recommend it. Yeah, I know a lot of people love Octopath, but I can't recommend it myself. I never played it. I own it. I have yet to play it. But I've heard really, really good things. Like, I can even tell you a little bit about the game. Like, so the way it works is it's an RPG game, and there's like 10 to 15 characters that all have their own storylines. And I think they're intertwined to some extent. So not only are you getting a super dope RPG game to play that has a story, a start, a middle, and an end, you then can sit down and play the story of all like 15 characters or something like that. I think it's like 10. And they all have their own individual stories to go through. So I will tell you this much. Octopath Traveler is a feast of a game with a lot of content. And I've heard Octopath Traveler 2 is even better, as Dr. J just said in the chat. Yeah, so. Now here's a good question. is Octopath Traveler and Octopath Traveler 2 connected? Are they sequels, or are they just a second game? Are they in the same universe? What's up with that? Do you have to play the first before you play the second? I would love to know that. That's a very interesting, because maybe you could just skip 1 and go to 2, because it is apparently the better game. They aren't connected. You could play 2 first. Yeah, so maybe you just go play 2, because apparently it's just a better game. And then if you like 2 a lot, you can go back and play 1, because it doesn't really matter. I would probably recommend doing that, because I have heard, to confirm what Dr. J said, that 2 is just a way better game. They just improved so much on the original formula. So consider that. They're probably both $60 games outside of sales. Yo, good morning, Lily Tazi, and good morning, Keisha. Yo, good to see you today, Keisha. Welcome in, man. I hope you have a great day and a great start to the week. Fresh week, fresh opportunities is the theme of our broadcast here on a Monday. What opportunities are you going to snatch up here today, fam? Let's make it happen. Let's go play some Animal Crossing. Let's make it happen. The villager hunt continues, but the chatting never stops. Yo, Bell Bun, good to see you today. Hey, good morning. No, Twitch Thomas. Let's go ahead and rip open some of these. I went from 80s to 60s this weekend, so I'm so ready for fall. Yeah, I just finished that. I had low 60s. I had high 60s, low 70s for days. And then it's all coming back to like mid 80s this week for about 10 days. How many Nook Mile tickets have you gone through? 330 so far. We are 330 tickets deep, and we have found 6 villagers, technically 5 villagers with those tickets. Because one of those villagers were already on our island, Sherb, and one of those villagers we got in a campsite. So technically, so far, it has taken us 330 tickets to get 5 villagers, and we're looking for a 6th to bring us up to a total of 8 here today. And I'll go ahead and I'll go through the list of what we're looking for. Give me just a second. Yeah, we're starting to get to that deep. We're starting to get pretty deep into this hunt. Yeah, we're starting to get pretty deep here for sure. Honestly, we might actually be at 340 according to my inventory here. We actually might be at 340 plus today, because I base it off of how many tickets are left in my inventory. But whatever, 330 is fine. It's all the same. Thankful for these Monday streams. Got a lot of cleaning and to do today and baking. Nice. Good to have you here today, Lucinda. All right, so here, let me go ahead and pull up the list and let me explain what's going on with our hunt for those that are just tuning in maybe for the first time. And before we do that, I do quickly want to say good morning to those of you hanging out over on YouTube today. Enjoy the Lurker Zone. My Monday show is kind of about chatting, and you can always find my Twitch link in the description below to jump over and say hello to us. We'd love to have you. Otherwise, enjoy the broadcast, enjoy the lurk, and thank you for tuning into my show today. I appreciate you sincerely. Thank you very much. All right, so here's what's going on with our villager hunt. Here is the list of who we have left to hunt, and here's the list of people we've already acquired. So we've already gotten Shep the dog. We are doing a farming themed village. Shep is our shepherd dog. Agnes is our future slab of bacon. Nah, just kidding. She's our truffle hunter. Vesta is our sheep, our wool provider. Sherb is our goats. I almost said our goatsy. Anyways, Tangy is our barn cat. Tipper is our cow. And Goose is our chicken. You know, and he looks the most like our emote H-Des Gritty, which is cool. And we're looking for Roscoe the horse, Drake the duck, and Blanche the ostrich, because we're kind of going with the Stardew vibe a little bit. And that is who we are hunting. So we are currently hunting for the possibility of 3 different villagers. And then we'll hunt for the possibility of 2. And then we'll hunt for the final 1. And that'll be the true showdown hunt to really kind of cap off this whole journey. Just to catch y'all up, Sherb was not hunted for. And again, neither was Shep. So technically, we've only hunted for 5 villagers, not 7, even though we have acquired 7 of them so far. Just so we're all kind of on the same page. Let's have some fun today, but we don't have to turn everything into a prediction as much as predictions are fun. Let's just go into our first ticket of the day, raw, and let's just see what happens. Predictions are fun, but you know, let's just go in. Let's just have some fun. We'll do some predictions later. Let's go see what happens. Let's go see what happens today. Ticket number 1. All right. If it's Clay, we riot. How you doing, Kuda? It was a good weekend for me. What did you get into? Going over to the YouTube for a nap lurk. Get it, Goth GF. I hope you find Claus so he doesn't actually move onto my island today. Oh no. It's Boomer the penguin. Dang. I couldn't tell. I'm looking and I'm like, whose head is brown and completely round like that? You know what I mean? Like no ears? I'm like, what is this creature of the night? Oh, it's actually a flightless bird. Boomer. Boomer's cute though, to be fair. I just realized the irony of that one. Yeah, the irony is strong with this villager. All right. I'm going to take a super quick tinkle and then we'll be right back to continue the hunt here today. Give me just a second. Hey. All right, I'm back. Thanks for your patience, chat room. I see some daily check-ins coming in. Good morning. Good to see you, Jesk. Good to see you, Delore and JR Prisma. Welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in. Hey. Welcome to the Monday morning show. Took your grandkids to Universal for their first weekend before school starts back up. Nice. For their last weekend, rather. Very nice. I've never been to Universal myself. Chat room, if you had to choose one place that you traveled that's your favorite, what would it be? It doesn't have to even be like a long distance traveling. Just what is a place you've been to that you've traveled to? Maybe a couple hours in the least. That maybe kind of sits into your peak memory bank, you know, those peak moments. I went to Chicago. Chicago's probably mine. I've been to the nation's capital. Chicago's probably mine. You like going to the Renaissance Festival in Michigan? Nice. Costa Rica? Ireland? Man, Ireland sounds dope. Oh, you come to me on the day of my Nook Island wedding. Y'all ever been to Ohio? Ohio? All right, striking out so far this morning. The hunt is on. Yeah, I need a day where I just don't talk, and I need to get some hot tea. I unfortunately didn't take care of myself, and I haven't had any nice throat coat tea with honey. My voice has just been shattered ever since the Tales of the Shire stream last week. Pretty much. I just did a little bit too much voice acting that day, and where I should have ended the stream and got some honey and really took care of myself, I just like kept forgetting to make the honey. I'm so bad, dude. So I'm gonna give myself a nice cup of honey and tea today, and just gonna try to like not talk too much for a day. I need to give my vocal cords a break, dude. My voice is shed. You can hear it, I'm sure. Yo, what's up, Celestial Ray? Good to see you, buddy. Good morning, E-Talker. How are you, buddy? Hey. I hope you're feeling better. I'm glad to hear you're getting some physical therapy, dude. Silverjack Reservoir in Southwest Colorado is my favorite place, and I haven't visited in far too long. I don't even know what that is. You went to the Buckfart Gardens in Victoria? No. British Columbia, and it was more magical than Disney World. So what is BC Canada? So that's like right by Washington State. Yeah. The only thing I knew about British Columbia for the longest time is that they had the dopest marijuana. All I heard my whole life. Bro, you gotta go to BC. Is that some BC bud, bro? Bro, shove it a Frodo Baggett. So you got the BC bud, bro? I don't know much else about him, but that's what I've heard my whole life. That it was an Alaskan cruise when I went down. Nice. BC has the best bud in Canada. Everybody knows that. That's what I heard my whole life growing up. Apparently it's a thing. Is that apple? It is. I just want to squeeze little apple's cheeks. Little dork. My roommate went there last year, told me it was magical. Yo, appreciate the follows coming in. Good morning, everybody. That's okay, Leafyan, you know. As long as it's towards your pursuit of being genuinely happy, you know, whatever. We all have different journeys to travel. I think I still would like to see a bunch of the world personally, but I'm okay with where I'm at right now in life. So I'm not in a rush. Maybe they infuse it with maple syrup. That would be very Canadian. I think they were just like a weed capital for a while. Yeah, and like they held like competitions and stuff. I think that's where like High Times, like yearly competitions were held. Yeah, I don't know. It's less that it's so special and more that there's just a lot of it and it's just very prominent there. And, you know, I don't know. Maybe it was like one of the first places it was legal or something. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it was just like one of the first places it was legal, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was just never legal. Maybe I'm just completely wrong. I really don't know. That's a good question, though. I like the maple syrup take. I like that. I like that for sure. Yeah, I had to jump in with that Frodo clip. Exactly. I will never not reference that clip. Vancouver Island is like Canadian Hawaii. I like vacationing to Disney World. I've been there 13 times. Crazy. That's absolutely nuts. The Super Mario World's for sure on my list. Here we go, cheeked up. Cheeked up with Pee-wee on a Monday. There it is. Yeah, we're talking about you, buddy. Yeah, you better look back here. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, we know, dude. Unbelievable. I remember driving past South Park School in BC and being in awe. That's so cool. What a cool memory. Thanks for sharing that. That's neat. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, the over-the-shoulder look back. I know, dude. I know, man. Oh, my Lord. Hope you're feeling good today, Mrs. Pirate. Welcome in, Mandy Cat. Good to see you as well. Good morning and welcome to the Monday morning show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities. As we dive into a fresh month. Honestly, fresh month. Fresh opportunities. The 4th of August, we've made it. And we do have some game releases to look forward to this August. Why don't we go ahead and pull up a list of game releases here and we could take a quick peek at what to look forward to this month? I would actually like that a lot. Let's go see. I know a couple of them, but now this is not going to be a complete list, but it'll at least be something worth. This will help us get started at least a little bit. But it won't be a complete list for sure. Bum, 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 bum. I know the big game that I'm looking forward to here is gonna be the Kirby. I'm looking forward to Kirby the most right now, I think. But I kind of want to just play the whole Kirby game again. I don't know if I should just play the DLC or if I should just play the whole game again. I don't remember it being that long of a game. Oh my God, it's happened. Sound the alarms! Sound the alarms! How is it August already? I know, dude. Not me over here Googling every city mentioned to see what they look like. Yo, Lady Samia, that's so cool. I love that. That's what these discussions are all about, man, to make us curious and excited about, you know, how this stuff works, man. That's so cool. Something made me think the Kirby DLC was going to be integrated into the main game. I think it is, yeah. So all I know about the Kirby DLC, here, let's pull it up, is that something happens to the world, like a star hits the world and changes it. That's like the thing that's happening. It's like a star is hitting the world and changing it. So it could be integrated into the main game. You're right. It very well could be. So this is the only trailer we've seen. They haven't released another trailer for this. I don't remember this song. Was this really the song that played? I don't remember this at all. What the heck is this? I stumbled into Katamari. Right, so like the whole world itself is just going to be changed. So this is what Dr. J's talking about. It almost seems as if just the main game itself is just going to be evolved. I just don't know if it's going to be better to start the game over or just play from where I'm at. That's the thing I'm not sure about, because I have a save file that's like kind of close to being 100%ed. And I could just continue that save file and check out all the new content. Or maybe would it be better to just start fresh with the DLC installed? Maybe it'll be a just completely different experience. Like, I'm not sure. It looks like it's a lot of the same world. And then maybe they're going to add some new stuff as well. I wonder if I can play the base game without the DLC stuff. Yeah, good question. Yeah, maybe it's like something you can turn on or off. Like, because I can tell you right now, the base game is worth your time. It's a beautiful game. This game is so much fun. One of the best platformers ever. Best Kirby game ever made. Yeah, pretty cool. I love if it was like the upgrade was free like the Zeldies were. I think it's like $20. It's unfortunately not going to be a part of the Nintendo Switch Online. Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit pricey. All right, let's take a quick look at game releases. Oh no, did I X out? I might have X'd it out. Let me pull it back up. History. Here we go. Yeah, the Zelda upgrades were free if you had Nintendo Switch Online, but they were $10 otherwise, right? So unfortunately, you will have to pay no matter what this time. Yeah, and that's what I think Cozy was referencing. Yeah, you're right though. They were $10 without. Yeah, very Katamari OST. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's gonna be $20 for Kirby. I think so. And it sucks is I don't know if you can share that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know if I buy the Kirby DLC, if somebody else can play it off of my account. Like, I don't know how that works. DLC is always confusing, you know what I mean? You didn't get very far in Kirby. I think I'm going to give it another try before the DLC. Yeah, exactly, Planet Kitties. It's like there's a bunch of new content. Hey, Flip the monkey. Flip the monkey should be another way to say flip the bird. Yo, just flip him the monkey. Yeah, screw that guy. Flip the monkey. And then we could secretly be talking about Animal Crossing, but also flicking people off. Flip the monkey. Well, I mean, since you asked. All right, let's see. Y'all want to see some game releases? Let's chat about this for a sec. All right, let's see if we can make this bigger. Boop, 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 boop. All right, let's go to August. All right, so we got Caddo's Post Office. No clue what that is. I kind of want to see what that is. Yeah, I knew it was going to be an actual cat. What? What is this? You see this picture? What is this? Caddo's Post Office. Hold on, I want to look this up on Steam. Steam. What is this nonsense? Oh, yeah, it's the cat mail delivery game. I think we saw this. It just came out today. It's like a cat mail delivery game or something. So, Valiant Tactics. Ooh, the word tactic is in the name. Ooh. The word tactics is in the name. We like that, right? Let's go see what this is. Steam. Ooh, grids. Ooh, grid-based strategy. Deliciousness. All right. Defiance. 1,000 deaths. Gradius Origins. Wait. This is like the shooter game. You know what Gradius is? It's like the plane, like the Nintendo game, the plane that you fly up in the screen and you're shooting stuff, like kind of similar to like Galactica kind of game. Hidden Memories of the Gardens Between. What? The House of the Dead 2 remake. Ooh, these games are fun though. The House of the Dead games are sick. Those are the arcade games with the guns. Dude, these games are the best. These games are the absolute best. If you get yourself like a gun add-on, you got, even if you don't know what we're talking about, you've likely seen these games at your local movie theater.
Here with the anniversary. Unfortunately, both myself and my cat have been sick since last night.
Yeah, these games are sick.
Woot.
These games are sick. Yo, thank you, Vault Dweller Lee, for 32, and I'm sorry to hear about the sick cat. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're sick as well, man. Wildwood Down, The Mafia Old Country. Ooh. Mafia Old Country comes out. What's up, Psycho Rabbit? We're checking out some game releases, chat. What's up, Ross? Look at that, dude. Mafia Old Country. Who's picking up Mafia? Any Mafia fans in the house? That's a pretty old school. So this game is gonna be Red Dead Redemption, but Mafia. So it's called Mafia Old Country, and you're playing as like the Mafia, obviously, but it's set in like the Wild West. And it's gonna be almost like a Red Dead Redemption vibe. Yeah, it looks real good. Slackjaw, Echoes of the End, Fallen City Brawl, Shields of Loyalty. I don't know what any of these are. A Fistful of Yankees? What? Drag X Drive. Oh, here it goes. Madden. Ovis Loot. Wait, a brand new Madden's coming out? Sword of the Sea? Discounty. I know what this game is. I know what this game is. Wait a second. Isn't this the game? Cozy, isn't this that game that you played the demo of or something? Yeah, this is like, it's like a grocery simulation game, but then it takes a dark twist. Yeah, it's like a grocery simulation game that takes a dark twist and gets like creepy or something. Yeah. Discounty comes out. That comes out on the 21st. Particle Hearts, Gears of War Reloaded. People are predicting that this game's going to come to the Switch too, by the way. So if you are an Xbox baby, you might enjoy that. Here it is. Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar. This is the game I'm looking forward to the most. Personally, I am looking forward to playing some Story of Seasons, baby. Kirby and the Forgotten Land plus Star-Crossed Worlds. This is the other game I'm looking forward to the most. Ooh, we're getting Metal Gear Solid Delta this month. Oh, dude, my computer would probably not be able to stream this. I need this game to come to Steam so I can stream it, or to Switch, I mean. I might just have to buy a Steam Deck. Maybe I just buy a Steam Deck this month, and then I could just stream whatever I want. I bet you it's Steam Deck certified. Yeah, so Metal Gear Solid Delta is Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. Yeah, it's Metal Gear Solid 3, but being remade. It looks really good. Ooh, and then this Shinobi game. This Shinobi game is like a side scroller. It looks real good as well. Oh, and we're getting everybody's golf hot shots on September 5th. And we might pick that up as a community game. Would y'all want to get back to golfing? We haven't golfed real hard since Mario Golf. This September we could start playing golf hot shots with each other. That might be fun. That might be a fun little break from Mario Kart. Right? That might be a nice little fun little community game. It's only going to be like $20, I bet. Garfield Kart 2? What the? There was a number 1? What is this nonsense? What? Okay, what is this? To this music, it's actually even better. Oh, he tripped. Okay, well, that's kind of funny. I like that, actually. The feistiest feline is back. Oh, they went with a cel-shaded look. Interesting. Chat room, I think I'm gonna pass. If he doesn't throw lasagna at somebody, I really don't think this game is dope. I have yet to see a single plate of lasagna in this whole commercial. This is some phony fake shit. This is some fake-o nonsense. This is garbage. Garbage game. Garbage game, done. Garbage. Trash. He eats it first, he doesn't waste it? Yeah. No, I'm just joking. I'm gonna hold off for Sonic though. I'll hold off for Sonic in September. I don't need Garfield Kart. I think I'll pass. We'll pick up Sonic. We'll hold off on that. Garfield Kart was back in the day. Dreams crushed. Yeah, we'll hold off on Garfield Kart, dude. I'm good on that. I don't need more kart games. To be honest, I don't even really think I need Sonic. Part of me is just picking up Sonic because I think it actually might be good. And like, I think I'm going to break out of my comfort zone and try a different kart game out. The only other kart game I've ever played in my life that ever deserved my time outside of Mario Kart. Well, actually, there's two. Diddy Kong Racing. Diddy Kong Racing. And there's only one other kart game that ever deserved my time. All right, Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing. There's only one other kart game that has ever even remotely deserved my time. Can you guess what it is, chat? No, it's not Shrek Kart. Don't you say that to me. That's right. Crash Team Racing. That is it. That's it. That's it. That's all I need. I don't need all these kart games. I never played Kirby Air Riders. I'm really excited to I have never played Kirby Air Riders once in my life. It's never been near me, and it was never on a TV screen at a friend's house. I have never even seen gameplay of Kirby Air Riders. Like, I'm not even joking. I have never even seen the game get played. I don't even know what the game looks like outside of like a quick trailer. Yeah, so I am really in for a treat. Yeah, I am like really in for a treat. Right, let's go take a look at what the original Air Riders looked like. Kirby Air Riders GameCube gameplay. I've never seen even what this game looks like. What is he riding on a refrigerator? What is going on? So everyone's riding on warp stars. Oh, but you get powers. Oh, that's such a sick concept. Oh, so they incorporated the powers into the karting. Why didn't I think of that? Duh, obviously that's what you do. That's neat. Oh, I like this. So you get the powers and then you get to ride around as the power. That's such a good idea. What? I never knew what this game was, dude. That's actually so clever. Yeah, duh. Like I never, like I said, I've never seen this game before. That makes so much sense. So now you're electric Kirby and you have electric powers. So in this, so he just picked up Spike Kirby here. He picks up Spike Kirby here. And he can just like, yeah, he can do like the needle. It's Needle Kirby. And just like mess with all the other Carters. That's so cool, dude. So I wonder how they're going to take this concept to the next level. If you really think about it, you could take this concept to the next level big time. You could really take this concept to the next level. Think about the modern technology we have now. Imagine that there's tons of powers you can get. Imagine that there's 30 to 50 different powers you can pick up while you're racing. Different tracks, different powers. They could really take this to the next level. This could be really, really good, actually. Interesting. Huh. Kirby Air Riders, everybody. We don't have a release date for this game yet, so there's a reason it's a cult classic. Yeah, I always knew there was a reason why that game was good, but I just never saw it for myself. You have to be more involved into the drifting and boosting. You don't just hold the A button. Air Rider's good, but Sonic Riders is chef kiss. Not only am I getting a Steam Deck station for my Steam Deck OLED, I'm also getting Pac-Man World 2 repack next month. Nice. You might be getting Tales of the Shire. Nice. HD City Trial. Wait, so what is City Trial? Is it a separate game? Or is it just a game mode in the game? It sounds like it's just a game mode, right? Yo, what's up, Tiny Bit Stressed? It's a game mode? Yeah, that's cool. Hey, Bo. So do you think they'll bring City Trials back, or do you think they'll scrap that? Minty Mont, good morning. Enjoy your lurking today, dude. Enjoy your lurking today. Oh, you never need to apologize about changing the subject. We're here to talk about anything and everything here on a Monday morning, baby. I almost said a Friday. Wouldn't it be nice to go back to Friday? Yo, the weekend's here. They better bring it back. You think so? Do you think is City Trial, would you consider City Trials to be an essential part of the experience? Or do you think it was just an extra part? And I use the word essential purposely. Like when I say essential, I mean like essential to the experience. 100% essential, huh? I mean, I feel like Sakurai-chan knows what he's doing, right? I think Sakurai-chan knows what he's doing, man. I think he... Sakurai-san? I'm saying Chan. I should be saying San. Sakurai-san? Yeah, San. I think he knows what he's doing, right? I think he'll probably cook. I think we can have faith. I think he'll cook. He'll cook. Are you uploading any more Tears of the Kingdom episodes? Sure. We're gonna try to get them uploaded today. Sure. I'm taking tomorrow off so that I can work on out of stream stuff. Yeah, sure. I'll do my best. My goal tomorrow is to get work done, so that includes YouTube stuff. So I'm taking tomorrow off. Tonight, I'm gonna be a degenerate. That's the plan. The plan tonight is to just be quiet, have a quiet, degenerate night of video games, and I might go to the grocery store so I can cook myself a nice dinner tonight. And then tomorrow, I actually plan to be pretty productive, and I'm gonna try to get out of the house as well. My goal tomorrow is to go and pick out a table for Scuffed Eats. That's my goal tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll be getting up early. I'll be going to pick out a table for Scuffed Eats so we can finally get the ball rolling. And then I'm going to be working on stuff like YouTube, Kolonuk, and then answering emails, trying to catch up on DMs. And just trying to enjoy a day off, you know? Plan out the next week or two of content. Should be a nice day off. So like I said, I've kind of earned one. I didn't take a full day off last week, so. But tonight will be degenerate night. So degenerate night just means I might stay up past my bedtime. So instead of 9 p.m., I might go to bed at 11. Ooh. You know you're getting old when that's your degenerate night. Yeah. I might stay up until 11:30. That's about it. That's probably what my night's gonna be like. And I'll play World of Warcraft tonight. Yeah. I'm currently playing WoW. I play whatever I want on degenerate nights, though. I don't necessarily have specific games that I play off stream. I just play whatever my heart tells me to play off stream. I'm a very art-driven person in that sense. So right now my current vibe is WoW. I'm enjoying WoW. So I'll probably just play more WoW tonight. I'm close to level 40, and for the first time ever in my WoW journey, like I kid you not, my first time ever in World of Warcraft history, I'm gonna have enough gold to buy my mount at exactly level 40. I fucking did it. All I really did was decide to make a character when the server's economy wasn't complete trash yet. That's all I really did for the WoW heads that know what I'm talking about. All I really did was just so happen to make a character when the economy wasn't trash, and I was actually able to make money by just selling like your pretty standard things like coarse stone. But it's still a feat for me because I've never been able to buy my mount at 40. I always buy it at like 45, and it sucks. So I'm really proud. It's the first time ever I'm actually gonna be able to afford my freaking mount. I'm pretty stoked. I think I'm like level 36, so I have 4 more levels. You have to factor in your skills. So I'm at 69 gold, but skills cost about a gold each. So I'm gonna have to get into some dungeons so I can sell some greens. So I'm trying to get into some dungeons tonight. I think I'm gonna try to get into Scarlet Monastery here. That'd be sick. in it. You get all that gold selling squirrels? No, I haven't started my squirrel selling business yet. Not yet. No. Funny enough, I just sold a bunch of stones. Literally just items that people don't want to farm. So like I can explain it in gamer terms. So think about it this way. So in World of Warcraft, you have copper, tin, and iron. And these are like the first 3 ores you run into in the game as a miner. But here's the thing. Copper is really easy to come by because it's all over the beginning of the game. And iron is pretty easy to come by because it's all over like the middle of the game. But tin is this weird middle ground where you have to purposefully go out of your way to get it. So it becomes a commodity as the game progresses because less players are making new characters, so they don't want to waste their time, so they go buy that stuff off the market. This is where I stepped in. I farmed so much tin, and I got so much of this stuff called coarse stone, and I was able to sell it for like $0.25 of a gold each. I kid you not, at one point, I was selling 3 coarse stone per gold, which is insane. Like insane, dude. So it was so easy to get a stack of 20. So every stack of 20 was like giving me like 5 gold. Like I was like going nuts, and it's already gone down in price, but I'm hoping that it goes back up again. Yeah, like it was like, I was like, oh my gosh, I stumbled into a gold mine, and I just focused on farming it for a little while. Yeah. What is Scuffed Eats? So Scuffed Eats is my cooking show, Kulinuk. Yeah, so we do a cooking show on this channel where we explore the culinary universe, and Scuffed Eats is my cooking show. We're around episode 50. In fact, when we come back to Scuffed Eats, it's going to be season 3, and we're going to be celebrating episode 50 pretty soon. And I'm really excited. I'm going to try to make episode 50 feel special to some extent. And I'm already cooking plans on where we can take the show next. I don't have a lot to say, and I certainly don't want to oversell, but I've been cooking up like a new title for it, and it might be something along the lines of Scuffed Eats Season 3, A Journey Through the Culinary Arts. I think Season 3 is going to be about learning some of everything from the basics to the advanced techniques of the kitchen world. And to give you like one example, because this has been done all over, so I don't really feel the need to like keep this to myself. Eggs. Right? Like that's like one episode is us cooking eggs in as many different ways as possible. Which, if you know anything about cooking, is insane. You can do anything with eggs. And that's the kind of content I want to focus on with season 3 Scuffed Eats. We're gonna be focusing on the culinary arts side of cooking and showcasing the beautiful side of what you can really accomplish in the kitchen. Season 1 was about me finding my footing and my love for cooking again. Season 2 was about pushing myself out of my comfort zone, and season 3 is going to be even more of that. And I wanna have episodes where we really focus on some of the basics of cooking, but things that are really true to the core of the culinary arts. And again, example episode would be, let's cook eggs in as many ways as possible. Let's see what we can really accomplish. Let's do things I've never done before. Like I've never made a quiche. I've never made a meringue. I've never, whipped up some egg whites. There's so many ways. There's so many ways to prepare an egg and to use it in the culinary arts, right? And that's just one example of the direction I'm considering taking Scuffed Eats in season 3. However, it won't be limited to that. Obviously we still have to make our pizza for the Chat Chooses Scuffed Eats segment. I obviously still want to do things like cook food based off of our favorite universes. I have a Star Wars cookbook. I have multiple video game cookbooks. I have a Zelda cookbook, a Stardew Valley cookbook. So obviously all that stuff is still like on the table. I'm mostly just explaining the theme of season 3. A journey through the culinary arts, the theme. And it's going to be cool. I'm real excited about it. So just give me some time to continue getting all of this figured out. Like I said, the table's the next big purchase. And thank you, Nick Jr., for 37 months and welcome back in here, man. Thank you for the Prime, dude. I really appreciate you, buddy. I need to figure out how that lucky meal works in real life. I recently got my techs at work more interested in cooking. Getting the ball rolling was teaching them how to make good scrambled eggs, and they were all hitting them into hot pans with little to no butter or oil. Now they're asking me more about cooking stuff. Thank you. Oh, appreciate you, buddy. Let's go ahead and let's see here. Graveyard Keeper is only $4 on Steam. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and why don't we open up a little bit of a prediction. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Monday morning show. We are villager hunting today. We are 340 tickets deep, looking for one of the 3 villagers on the top right of the screen today. Let's go ahead and say, will we see one of 3 villagers in 10 tickets? All right. One of those 3 villagers in the next 10 tickets. Do you think it'll happen? The tables are open. 10 tickets. Will we see one of those 3 villagers? So I was asked, what would I be cooking tonight from Zane? I didn't miss your question there, Zane. I don't know what I would cook tonight. I might go get myself a real nice fresh piece of salmon, since I usually eat frozen. And I might just bake it off nice and fresh with a slice of lemon or something. Yeah. What's up, Coley's Corner? Hey, welcome in. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. You know, I've been real inspired by Iron Chef. Iron Chef really inspired me recently, and it made me realize that I want to dive into the culinary arts further. I want to dive into the 6 senses that we eat food with. Aroma, right? Is it 5 or 6? It's aroma, taste, sight, the human element. What am I missing? Texture. So aroma, texture, sight, taste, the human element. I think there's, yeah, I want to get into that. I really started diving into the science of cooking, and I'm not gonna lie, Iron Chef kind of inspired me recently. It made me realize that the cooking universe is so special, man. It's really, really unique. Sometimes you have to refresh for gambas, or sometimes the streamer has to actually click the gamba button. The tables are opened.
Are you okay?
Sometimes the streamer has to actually click the OK button. Sometimes you have to refresh. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Get your channel points on the line. Bruh. I'm sorry. There's a stupid extra prompt. So listen, when you're going to make a prediction, there's an extra box that opens up and it goes, "Are you sure? Because you can't join the prediction if you make the prediction." And I'm like, I'm the streamer. What are you saying? And I forgot about this stupid extra box, all right? I forgot about it. What would you say are your big cooking inspirations? Alton Brown. Iron Chef. Ken Kenichi. I'm not joking about that. Ken Kenichi. Alton Brown. My older brother. That's about it, I think. I recently had the amazing opportunity to go to a nice restaurant and do a tasting menu. The science and art to it is so amazing. Every decision is so purposeful and meant to complement everything involved. Yeah, seriously, Bree, dude, it's so amazing. Like, it's so amazing. What's going on here in the chat? Yeah. Listen, hey, if the moderators answer a question, but you're waiting for me to answer it, I'm not always going to answer it because the question was answered by the moderators. So please consider the moderators as an extension of myself. And if they take the time to answer a question to you in the chat, I'm not going to always answer it myself verbally because that's a waste of everybody's time. All right, so scroll back up. I think your question's been answered multiple times. All right, ticket number 1. Have you seen the show Worst Cooks in America? The show actually helps me get over the fear of messing up. No, I've never seen that show. I recently discovered it's on HBO Max. I've been watching it with my daughter and she's really into it. What's up, Nerd Papa? Yeah, Good Eats. Good Eats is such a classic. Then there was a new Good Eats as well. There was also a new Good Eats as well. Yuka the koala. Yo, what's up, LPK? Good morning. Americans Test Kitchen lately. I want to sit down and watch the original Good Eats again. That's been on my list recently for sure. Been lurking all morning, but when I heard Alton Brown mention, I had to chime in. Nice. Very nice. I have a disability which makes me difficult to understand. That's okay. Yeah, no problem. We're pretty acceptable of people's differences here in our community. And I apologize. I had thought your question was answered. So I see Random said it's a part of ACNH. And then I see it was also, you'll see in the game. So I apologize. I guess it was not answered. I thought it was. So what an Animal Crossing, what a ticket is you use tickets to go travel across islands in the video game. So we get these things called Nook Miles tickets and they allow us to travel to islands and we look for villagers. So it was answered. Yeah, I don't know. I scrolled up and I didn't see it was answered. So maybe it was a chatter, not a mod, but yeah, regardless though, I will say that please be patient with our chat and please be patient with me. And while we'll always be understanding for people's different disabilities, you being in my chat doesn't guarantee you get to interact with me at all. And I think this is important for everyone to digest. Just because you type in my chat doesn't mean you get a reply from me. There is no guarantee. There is no obligation. And if I don't read your message, you can either repost it maybe after a couple minutes, Or you could please just be patient and understand that I'm not going to interact with every single message that comes into my chat. That's just not how that works. Right? So I would hope that expectations are tempered and that it's understandable that that's just not going to work that way, okay? Ooh, we don't ever see this bear. Vladimir's pretty slept on. So, you can't reply to 400 people? Well, I can, but the point I'm making is that sometimes I don't want to. And if that sounds rude, I'm kind of purposefully trying to draw a line in the sand. Yeah, no, my chat's not that fast. I could reply to every single message. I don't always want to. Because that's not actually how this works. When I go live, I don't sign a contract that says I need to reply and interact with every single person that comes into my stream. That's not what this is. You hang out in our chat room. I interact with the chat room. That's it, right? Like, yeah. So I'm just trying to make it clear, like, you know, there is zero obligation on my part. And I hope people understand that, you know? So disability, whatever might be going on, you have to understand that, right? And I'm not trying to be rude, but it's important for people to understand that. Yo, what's up, Opera Ghost? Good to see you today. We're here to chill and relax. Yeah, exactly. Yo, what's up, Christopher? Good to see you, buddy. Good morning, Illumina. Welcome in. Hey, I liked Graham's house in New Leaf a lot. It's cool. Yo, what's up, Necro? What's up with all the hamsters today? A lot of hammies for sure. It tried to roll clay again. Dealer's choice. Sure. Ooh, this is a pretty big bet. I can't believe there's as many believers as there are. Was it ever explained why we have hamster villagers, but you can also buy a hamster cage? What about the fact that there's bird villagers, but you can also craft a bird house? Why are we looking for villagers? Because I want specific villagers for my island. So the game provides a way for you to get villagers normally by just hanging out and waiting for them to move in. But by doing this, we're actually able to pick and choose what villagers move in. So we're looking for specific ones versus the ones that could come naturally. So if you don't know, this game has over 400 different villagers available. So any one of those 400 could move in to your island, but we want a specific 10. So we're using this, what we call villager hunting, to look for a specific 10 villagers out of 400. So that's why this is what we call a villager hunt. I missed who was on that island. It was Soleil. Another hamster? Yeah, the hamsters are coming, are onto us here. So, do ostriches eat hamsters? Because then maybe Maybe we're just baiting Blanche right now. Dare I ask how long you've been spent hunting 7 current villagers? So we're at 340 tickets so far out of the hunt. So 340 tickets for the total hunt right now. So it's been a couple weeks. I think we're in our 4th week of hunting, but we only hunt on 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like we're hunting every day. But we're getting there for sure. Yeah, I don't feel like putting them on the screen or anything. Oh, I am keeping track of tickets roughly. Yeah, we're keeping track of them roughly. But I haven't felt like putting a counter. I know a lot of people do like the counter vibe, like on the screen and stuff. But since we're doing multiple hunts, since it's multiple hunts in bundled up into one big hunt, I decided we would just take the count off the screen. I play more New Leaf than New Horizons. That's totally cool. Is that the case in general or just right now? But just in general. Oops, Stu. Making chocolate pudding at 4 a.m. Debating starting a new Wild World save. Brush the dust off the old DS. My current way to play Newly or Wild World is on my Wii U Virtual Console. So I don't own a physical copy of Wild World. I'd like to though. I'll pick one up one day, I think. Would you happen to know a good way to farm for tickets? No, not really. Pretty much just Treasure Islands, dude. But the only real way to farm them up is to do the Nook Miles stuff. Just sit there and farm those top 5 Nook Miles missions that rotate. Because, like, that's it. That's, like, pretty much all you have. Yeah, just sitting there and farming that stuff up top. That's, like, it, right? Otherwise, you really are just stuck at a pretty slow pace unless you manage to do, like a Treasure Island or something. Now, it could be really fun to limit yourself to farming in game, because then your villager hunts themselves would be limited, forcing you to like choose a specific villager that maybe you weren't going out of your way to choose. So it could be a really fun way to play the game, to like farm it up all on your own, right? Hey, Panchetta shows up again. We've seen her once before this hunt. Once you get to around 300 tickets, you start to really see a good amount of the cast. You start to see like a good amount of the cast at this point. Like we've probably seen like over half of the villagers at this point, probably close. Maybe like 150, 200. I can say this pretty confidently because we've done a lot of data during our hunts where we would sit there and list the names of villagers off so people could play bingo. and we have a pretty good pulse on like, it's like by ticket 300, you've probably seen roughly anywhere between 150 and like 200 villagers of the whole game. We have not seen Pietro yet, no. Oh my gosh, is that a little frog? Jeremiah the bullfrog? What's up, McNug? He's pretty cute, dude. Oh, Believers only got 2 tickies for the bet here. Sorry, Believers, this might be a tight one here. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. I haven't played in a year or two. I used so many tickets hunting for Ketchup that I needed a break. He was a good friend of mine. Yo, what's up? What's up, Renegade? Good to see you, dude. Dad Baby, welcome to the show. My name is Dom. My favorite villager is Dom. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Yo, what's up? Good to see you back in here, Dom. It's been a little while. What's up, Jose? Life is peaceful without competitive games. I agree. I don't really play much competitive stuff. A little bit of occasional world PvP and WoW, that's about it. And I don't consider that too competitive at all. Because usually I'm just ganking you before you see me, and you know, there's nothing competitive about that. I think that's Sparrow again. We've seen Sparrow once before. Sparrow the bird. Anyone playing the Octopath games after the reveal for Zero? We were talking about Octopath this morning, actually, yeah. My favorite type of competition in games is against the developers, like puzzle games. All right, here we go. Last ticket. Zero what? Yeah, they announced a new Octopath game called Octopath Zero. Coming out, I think next year. If you're an RPG fan. Yo, what's up, Super? Yeah, Fauna's pretty cute for sure, dude. All right, here it is. The Believers. Going once, going twice. I see something. I see something. I see a crop duster. Dang. I saw those bird feet and I was like, there's no way this is Blanche, right? Dang. Yeah, that Elliot game is sick. Necro, yeah, I've heard the demo's good. Sorry, Believers. Hang out. Man, the Believers, y'all were out there. Y'all really believed today. Y'all really believed today. Holy heck. Sorry. Tough loss. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. This has been the Monday Morning Show with Highly in Dissent. We'll be back soon.
H day wiggle, H day wiggle, H day wiggle.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Astronomical. I'll get it eventually. Appreciate the 2 months, man. And welcome to the show. Appreciate the follows and thanks for hanging out over on YouTube today as well. We have hit our 350th ticket of the day today. Oh, my title was wrong. Oops. We started at 330 today, not 320. We are well on our way into the 400s here for the villager hunt. First nice and chunky villager hunt we've done in a while. Our most recent hunts have been chat chooses style stuff. So it's pretty fun. All right. What's up, Danny? Hey, good to see you today. Work and broadcast. Yo, enjoy your work, Lurk, today. Appreciate y'all tuning in. For those just tuning in this morning, I will be taking tomorrow off. I'm gonna give myself a little day and a half off here this week. We'll be back Wednesday. So just a heads up on that. You have to fill the void with some of those YouTube streams, some of those VODs from the archives. We'll be back for sure. I did a lot of content last week, so maybe there's something you haven't had a chance to check out yet. We'll be back tomorrow is a day off. Wednesday we will return, and I don't know what we're doing yet this week. Animal Crossing, Fields of Mystria, more Hyrule Warriors at some point. Also, a movie night is being planned for this, I think, Thursday. I'll let you all know here ASAP. I think either Thursday, I think that's the current date that is being decided on. For a movie night, we're going to be watching Ratatouille. We're finally going to commit to the movie night, so look out for that. That'll be at some point this week. I think Thursday's what we're looking at, but it could be another day, maybe more so on the weekend or something. We'll see once I get it figured out. So we'll be watching some Ratatouille in the Discord alongside each other here. It should be cool. We'll figure it all out. We'll get it all worked out. Discord's been weird recently. So Discord had a big update. And the last time I tried to share a movie in Discord, it wasn't letting me. Normally, I use Firefox browser to do that because Chrome is like pretty much in bed with these companies, and Chrome doesn't let you share your screen. It's just black. But Mozilla usually lets me share, but recently even Mozilla Firefox has now stopped letting me share my screen in Discord. It just goes black. So this is the only wall that we've hit, is that if we want to do our movie nights, we're going to have to figure out a roundabout way to, I might be setting the 7 Cs and getting myself a copy to play directly off my computer at this point, because I'm not sure. I'll have to do some testing though. So yeah, regardless, movie night this week here. Hey, Cookie comes back and we'll figure out. We're going to be watching Ratatouille though. And that's the only reason I took a break from movie nights, was because the discovery, for example, I'm in a long distance relationship, and that's when I first discovered that Mozilla was now shutting down this same feature as well. So now we used to share our screens and watch movies together. Now we have to do it differently. Now we have to press play at the same time and just watch it on our own screens, because of this recent update to Discord. So I think there's a driver setting for Chrome to fix it. Yeah. I'll do some research. I haven't done it. I just haven't had, up until recently, it was fine on Mozilla Firefox. So I'll do some research and see what my options are. I can tell you one thing. The internet figures it out. Somebody will have a solution. Somebody will. Even if it ends up with me downloading like the Brave browser, or there used to be these old websites, right? This is how we used to do it back in the day. Before Discord had video share. That's right. Discord didn't always have video share. And I've been using Discord since before it did. And before Discord had video share, we would all go to a website. And this website would have a host, and then everyone would join the chat room, and you could play whatever you wanted on the screen. And it was really interesting. And then eventually that got shut down, and we had to use a paid website that was advertised for families connecting. And it was the same system. Everyone logged into a room, and then you would share you would play whatever on the screen. So there's definitely ways to make it happen. There's an answer out there for sure. Bam, wham, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Skype has an app as far as I know. I thought recently Skype got completely shut down. Yeah, what do you guys... Skype's dead. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they just announced Skype is dead. Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. Skype's gone, dude. Good to know. Yeah, Skype died. This was very recent, so if you didn't know that, that makes sense for the record. It was very recent. I think it was within the past 6 months they shut down Skype. Yeah. It's this past year or something. Don't tell that to my work computer. My work had a Skype retirement party. Yeah, it was the past 6 months to a year, I think. Definitely wasn't, something that happened a long time ago. Skype Enterprise Skype. It's very different, huh? There's always an answer, though. There's always a way to figure out what you need to figure out on the internet without going in too far of treachery, The last thing you want to do is give your computer space aids. That's not fun. Yo, have a good day today, Opera. Hey, it's Amelia. Cute bird. Check out Hyper Beam. Appreciate you, lemons and limes. Thank you. What's your villager according to your birthday? My birthday villager is Sherb. I actually have 2 though, because the list has been updated. So the second one is Chelsea from Sanrio. Animal Crossing birthdays complete list. So there's 2 lists on the internet. You want to get the one that's actually updated. I think we want Nookapedias. So there's 2 lists. There's a list before New Horizons, and you can't use that one anymore because it doesn't take into account new villagers. You also don't want to use the old one because it doesn't take into account NPCs. And you want to consider NPCs. I think that NPCs should be considered. See, like this list right here doesn't have NPCs. So you could share a birthday with like Isabel, but I guess they don't matter. Either way, this is like a really good birthday list right here. It just doesn't have the villagers. So you can check out that one. So right here, yeah, my birthday twin is Chelsea and Sherb, January 18th. If you don't know your birthday twin, let me know. I'll share in the chat. What do you got? Give me a birthday. Benedict and Franklin the turkey. Yay, yeah, Franklin. See what I mean, dude? This list unfortunately doesn't show the NPCs, I don't think. September 27th. Your birthday's coming up and you share a birthday with Beardo the Weirdo. Sorry, dude. June 3rd, Filbert. June 7th, Zell the Gazelle. Filbert's a squirrel, by the way. March 10th, Judy, and she's adorable. Judy the bear cub. May 23rd, Peggy the pig. Peggy Hill the pig. Peggy Hill the pig. May 7th, Ozzy, rest in peace, Osborne. Ozzy Osborne the koala. October 24th, Snooty the Anteater, who I've actually called Pango recently and was wrong. I realized I was wrong. I called her Pango. That's not Pango. Snooty the Anteater. February 9th, Cleo the horse. She's cute. Who's that back there? That's a squirrel, or that's a frog. Excuse me. November 16th. Daisy the dog. She's super cute. Oh, was it Diva? Did I say Gigi? I always mix up Gigi and Diva, but it might have been Diva, yeah. I just mix them up by name. Daisy the dog is November 16th. September 31st. There is no September 31st. Get out of here. It was Gigi. June 20th. Graham the hamster. We just got Graham the hamster. Yeah, Stu is 420, which makes sense because Stu is super stoned for sure. December 31st is Marcel. Marcel. And he's kind of a freaky looking dog. And again, some of these have changed. So if you had an old birthday twin, like sometimes they changed through between New Leaf and New Horizons, stuff changed. July 5th, Samson the mouse. He's cute. Yeah, Graham with an H. Yeah, Marcel's a mime, yeah. Iggy should be 420. Frick, I pressed B on accident. Found out an ACPC. I share mine with Rosie. I forgot there was a Samson. What great news. Yeah, I want to talk to Samson. He's still spoopy, but just not as spoopy as Pietro. And then, like I said, some people have 2 birthday twins, and some people, for some reason, don't have any at all. December 5th is Carrie and Hans the Yeti. Let me see if I can find an example of a day being skipped. They might have fixed the skip days with New Horizons, but I don't think they did. October 30th is Fret and Wade. Fret and Wade for that day. October 12th is Plucky and Lyman. So you get 2. Some people get 2 birthday buddies. October 1st is Boyd and Raymond the cat. But I swear there's examples of days where there's no birthday at all. But I can't find any. April 19th is Pietro. June 29th is Mary. She's cute. I never understood why they don't have one for every day before doubles and triples. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that some people just get straight up skipped. Yeah, it is real weird. But there's like double days. Hey, Walt. April 15th has no twin. Let me go check. Yep, April 15th gets skipped. Like, why? Why did they skip that day? Sorry, if you're born on April 15th, you don't get a birthday twin. Sorry, dude. GG's. There is a February 29th, actually. I'm pretty sure. No, there's not. So no leap day. No leap day. Sorry. April 14th. Oh, I just closed it out. Dang it. Sorry. I literally just closed the page out. How would they handle that? I don't know. How do we handle it in real life? Don't people who are born on February 29th just not age every 4 years? So they're always way younger than everyone else. Rocket is April 14th. Thank you for checking. Isn't that how that works? How do we do that in real life? I'll give April 15th Axel. We don't want him. Whoa. Don't say that. Axel's cute, man. He always looks like he just committed some sort of crime. That is a mouse butt. And we're out of here. So the real question is at what point do we start dressing up like these villagers to try to summon them? Have we hit the point of attempting to summon? What's up, Ace of Jades? It's never a bad day to do summons. You don't think so? Immediately. We're at 350 tickets. Things start getting brutal around here. Specifically, we're at like we're specifically at like 150 tickets for just this villager. We're like roughly at like 150 for just this, for the 8th villager alone. We're at the point now where the 8th villager has taken more tickets than all of the other villagers combined. Yeah, we've actually passed that threshold. This villager right here has taken more tickets than every other hunt we've done so far combined. Yeah, like we've crossed the threshold into chaos. Oh, Elvis the lion. We're looking for Roscoe the horse, Drake the duck, or Blanche the ostrich. None of which seem to want to show up. We have not seen a ton of horses. We've seen not really a ton of ducks and not really a ton of ostriches. So we just haven't even had a chance for them to roll. We've seen Phoebe. We've seen Phil. We've seen Pate. We've seen Victoria, Winnie. Yeah, like we haven't honestly seen a lot of the species we're looking for. So that's kind of the problem. So for those that don't know how Animal Crossing runs these hunts, is that the first thing that rolls is the species, then the actual villager. So I don't know all the details because it's been a while, but there's like 20 species. Actually, it might be 40, but whatever. So first, a dice rolls to pick the species. So you imagine a dice rolls for 1 out of 25 or whatever, and that's how you choose that a cow just showed up. Then it rolls another dice depending on how many different cows are in the game. So let's say there's a good example is like cats. There's like 20 different cat villagers. So it has to roll a dice to roll like 1 out of 25 or something for a cat. Then you have to roll another 1 out of 20 to get the cat you want. So this is really interesting, right? And it makes it to where species that have a ton of options, it's harder to hunt them. That's why cat villager hunts can be harder. Rabbits, dogs, those can all be pretty hard hunts. Whereas if you're hunting for a specific octopus, it's not going to be that bad because it's the same chance to get an octopus that it is to get a cat. It's the same chance to get a cat that it is to get a dog. But it's not the same chance to get Tangy as it is to get Mary. That's where it gets bad. So yeah, it's 36 species. So we're rolling a 1 out of 36 dice every single ticket. And if the dice lands on one of the 3 we need, then the dice rolls again to determine what horse, what duck, or what ostrich we get. And they're not the biggest species. I think ducks have the most out of the 3. So we're honestly having some pretty bad luck because at this point, a 1 out of 36 isn't really that bad. It's what follows it that usually makes it a pretty tough hunt. It's usually what follows that, right? But 1 out of 36 isn't terrible. We're just having really bad luck at this point. You can hit the same villager twice in a row. Yeah, that happens. And that's like mega luck, right? Think about that. That was T-Bone, correct. How you doing, Wild Chick? Welcome back. Yeah, mega luck. We got Luchador bird. Roll for a cow. That's something else entirely than roll for initiative. I like the way you think. All right. So yeah, it's pretty fun stuff when you get down to the basics of it, and really you're just rolling a 1 out of a 36 die every single ticket, hoping that you hit one of the villagers you want. Then once you hit a villager species you want, then you can start to complain that it's not the villager you want. Does that make sense? Like, then it's fair to complain. Because if you roll a horse, if you get lucky enough to roll a horse, but then it ends up not being the horse you want, it's like, oh, like that sucks, right? Now that's pretty raw. Less than a 0.25% chance you'll get what you want based off of like 1 in 400 odds, right? When we were hunting down Genji the rabbit, the odds were 1 out of 620 or so. I specifically remember that, Duel Master D. There is a website that will tell you the odds, actually, if it still exists. So it's kind of, oh my god. Now, what are the odds we see Clay twice today? That's crazy. So I remember when it's kind of similar to shiny hunting. Has anybody here ever shiny hunted? It's like that. Yeah, it was like a 1 out of 620 or something to get Genji. Yeah, that was the worst hunt I think we ever did. I think the squirrel was like 1 out of 500 for Ione. Maybe it was close to 1 out of 6. Because squirrels, rabbits, cats, dogs, those are like the highest amount of villagers within the species. Like there's a ton of rabbits in the game. Never tell me the odds. I never watched shiny hunts, but I've watched shiny hunts, but I've never had the patience to do them. Right. Like shiny hunting is, if you shiny hunted back in the day, the best odds you could get was 1 out of 8,000. And if you did the Matsuda method, you would cut it in, what was it? 1 out of 4? What was it in like Pokemon, the old school days? Did Matsuda method cut it down in half? I don't remember. All I know is that in Pokemon Sun and Moon, it was only 1 out of 800 if you had a shiny Ditto. Yeah, it was cut in half, right? So shiny hunting in the old school days was 1 out of 8,000. If you did the Matsuda method, it was 1 out of 4,000. And there was a way in Pokemon Sun and Moon to make it as low as 1 out of 800, which I think was the shiny charm. That's what it was. The shiny charm plus Matsuda was like 1 out of 800. And that was the lowest you could get in that game. I'm fairly certain, besides for like some other like really crazy method. Yeah, and 1 out of 800 is still pretty brutal. I remember I kind of scoffed at Pokemon fans because in Pokemon Sword and Shield, in the DLC, you had a 1 out of 100 chance to get a shiny if you did a certain method. And I remember thinking to myself, 1 out of 100 is nothing. You might as well as just give them the shiny for free. You suck. I remember being mad about that because I don't think that's rare enough, man. At that point, you're just giving shinies away for free. And like, what's the point of a shiny if everyone has it? It's not shiny anymore. It's just an alternative. And like, unfortunately, I kind of feel that way about shiny Pokemon right now. I feel like it's less special and more just an alternative color. It's less shiny, which in my mind implied rare, and more just like an alternative art, basically. Wasn't there an urban legend where certain groups of villagers during like certain times of the day? There was an urban legend about that. Yes, there was an urban legend about the time of day had different villagers. There was another urban legend about if you made Orville blush. Do y'all remember that one? If you made Orville, the guy at the register right there, blush before you went in, it would make your tickets more likely to get your villagers. There's another urban legend that if you clear your system cache, it would make a villager appear more likely, as if your system was storing data about villagers and you would see the same villagers over and over again unless you cleared your system cache, and then it would clear out the villagers. That was also proved, I'm fairly certain, to be completely wrong. No, there's not. No, the system cache has nothing to do with the villagers you're seeing. It's all just confirmation biased. Remember to extinguish the fire and they won't show up again. Yeah, if you extinguish the fire, then they don't show up again. Yes, that was an urban myth. Yeah, so if you make sure to put the fire out at the campsite, then they wouldn't show up again. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get P-Hands out of here. Yeah, there was a lot of really cool urban myths, dude. There was a lot of really cool urban myths. Yeah. The real P-Hands. That would be their Twitter handle. The real P. This is like the stuff you heard on the playground at recess. Funny stuff, yeah. What about the myth about the secret villager underneath the truck? Wait, wrong game. Man, imagine if Mew was a villager. How cool would that be? I would love Pokemon villagers. I will die the day that I get to live alongside Squirtle. I will die. That will be the day that I perish, because the universe would never let me enjoy that. They would never let me enjoy that. So that's the day that I have like a heart attack or something. It's when they announce that Pikachu can be my neighbor in Animal Crossing. That's it. So I hope you all enjoy it. What about villagers hitting villagers with your net to make them want to leave? So now that is a myth for New Horizons, but that's not a myth for back in the day. So back in the day in Animal Crossing GameCube and even New Leaf, there was a system in place where villagers that you had a lower friendship with were more likely to ask to leave because they were less satisfied overall with their experience in your town. That, I think, is something that I can't tell you if that was confirmed. I bet you if like Kyler was here, they could confirm that. But that is something that felt like was a real thing growing up through all Animal Crossings. However, I can tell you that that is not true with New Horizons. I think what determines a villager leaving in New Horizons has nothing to do with their relationship status at all. And it's all just RNG in this game. It's 100% just random. So there's things that stop a villager from asking to leave, but there's nothing that picks a villager to leave above another villager. Does that make sense? So outside of birthdays and outside of them being the newest villager on your island, everything else is even. And they all have an even chance to ask to leave. Exactly. So, but the myth was that if you interacted with them negatively and you treated them badly, their friendship would lower and they would want to leave. That's just unfortunately not true. Yeah. But again, I felt like it was true back in the day. I really felt confident in that as a kid, but I'm not quite sure. I remember that villagers used to just leave in the old games. That's right, Athena, you're correct. Yeah, they would just dip. All the way up to New Leaf, they could just dip. Now, as the games progressed, you could try to talk them into staying. So like all the way up until New Leaf, there was sometimes a chance to say, hey, you should stay. I want you to stay. But I think all the way up into New Leaf, they always had the option to just leave anyways. Yeah, so you're talking about the Nugget Bridge, right? True Lycon, you're talking about the Nugget Bridge exploit with Mew. I've actually done that. I did that on my digital copy of Pokemon Blue on my 3DS, and it works. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Could you imagine? I love your question. Could you imagine if you knew about that as a kid, or if you stumbled across it? Because think about it. In theory, you could have stumbled across that, right? Like, I think the way that it works, you could, in theory, have accidentally gotten Mew. Like, he could have just showed up. If all the cards aligned perfectly, you could have just somehow randomly ran into Mew and freaked the heck out, right? Like, so that's really, really cool. You know, like maybe there is somebody out there who somehow managed to pull that off, right? Yeah, really rad. It worked on the cartridge as well. What's up, W? Welcome back in here. Someone stumbled across it. Yeah, true. Like there was somebody had to have stumbled into it. Right. That's usually how all that stuff works. There's always the, ground zero, patient zero. You're right. We're currently listening to Windows 96. And this is our Monday morning show breakdown song. And a cat jam, and a wiggle, and a wiggle, and a cat jam, and a wiggle, and a... This album's called 100 Mornings, and I actually own this vinyl. I can go grab it off the wall right now. I actually went out of my way to purchase this vinyl to support this artist because I love them, and I can jam out to this on my record player. I have yet to do that, but I will. Hey, we got another frog. I think that's our third frog of the day. Second frog of the day. You don't see her too often. Puddles isn't talked about too much. Dare I say Puddles is probably underrated. She seems pretty cute. But I think all the frog villagers are kind of underrated. Because they're not traditional pets. People love the cats and the dogs and the horses. But I feel like people sleep on the frogs. I think the frogs are underrated villagers. My record player has unfortunately become a male storage holder. It happens sometimes, dude. Puddles wears her undies on her head. Henry the Frog's my favorite. Good to see you today, Silent Shelf. Well, Luigi is in Super Mario 64. Get out of here. Did you know the same text that's on the L is real 2000 and whatever? That same exact text is also in Ocarina of Time. And it's actually just an asset that they reused. So in Ocarina of Time, the same L is real text exists in a completely different game. How about that? So if you know about that myth, if you know about that schoolyard myth, L is real, that same text is actually in Ocarina as well. And it's just like on a random thing in a dungeon. Speaking of Marcel, I found that fascinating because, like, how silly is that? L is real. Sounds like Luigi's also in The Legend of Zelda. Or maybe L is real is Link. Eternal Star. eternal star. Is that what it's supposed to say? That makes a lot more sense because it's a statue, right? Yeah, of course, Duel Master D. That's the battle we deal with every day. About ritual versus convenience, you know? It's tough. It's not always easy to find the time to go for the more ritualistic side of things, you know? It's like throw in a microwave TV dinner in the microwave versus preparing your own full dinner, you know? Same, like, similar vibe. Or like, here's a good one. Installing my Super Nintendo, or like hooking my Super Nintendo up and playing Super Mario World on original hardware, or just loading up my Switch and going to Nintendo Switch Online and playing Super Mario World. One takes me like 10 minutes maybe. Frick, we rolled an ostrich and it's not the right one. See, now we can be mad. Now we can be angry. Dang it. I don't know how many ostriches there are, but that sucks. What's up, ostrich breath? Just like physical versus digital? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a lot of times I'm just trying to get a Super Nintendo fix. Like I'm not trying to hook up the console and deal with all of that, you know? But she's such a cutie. She is cute, but she still sucks. Well, she is a peacock, correct. So in this game, what they do is they make what I call to be mythical villagers. Because what they do is they take the archetype and then they build on top of it. So for example, there's elephants. But within the elephants, there's a mammoth named Tucker. He's a mammoth, but he's a part of the elephant species in the game. So yeah, she's a peacock, but she's a part of the ostrich family in the game. There's also a phoenix. There's also a flamingo. Ostriches actually have a bunch of mythicals. Yeah, there's a flamingo, a peacock, and a phoenix. I think those are the three. For example, for cats, there's Tangy, who's a tangerine but a cat. So she's technically a mythical, right? There's a unicorn, correct. There's a unicorn horse. There's a race horse that kind of feels like a mythical because she wears a mask. Yeah, there's a zebra. Yep, there it is. Yeah, same with Draco, right? Draco's a dragon, but technically he's under crocodile. Exactly. Yeah, so I call those all mythicals, or I used to call them rare villagers. Rare villagers or mythical, whatever you want to call them, but they're technically rare because they're not normal, right? Here's another example, one of my favorites. There's a robot frog. There's a frog, Ribot, but he's a robot. You know, I call him a mythical. He's rare. Yeah, Frank and Keaton. Yes, because they're technically parrots versus eagles. Yes. Those are beautiful examples. Those are slept on examples, actually. Yeah, good call out. Yeah, there's a robot ostrich. His name is Sprocket. We have seen him in this hunt. And then there's also the robot octopus, Cephalobot. He's new. Without looking, do you know how many there are AC characters? There's roughly 400 villagers in Animal Crossing. So technically, the count is actually like 389, I think. But then there's like 20 more if you count like Sanrio and other rare villagers that are no longer in the game. Yeah, I think the actual number is like 389 or something, but then you have to add the Zelda characters, the Splatoon, the Sanrio, and once you add all of that stuff that's like rare or they're like no longer in the game, there's like more. But I think the number for New Horizons is 389. I might be wrong, but that's the number that pops up in my brain. Let's go take a quick look. How many total villagers in ACNH? 413. This includes all villagers that were in previous games, New Leaf and Welcome Amiibo. And 16 new villagers added in updates. So again, but I don't know if they're counting, I don't think they're counting Zelda characters and stuff. So I think it's closer to 420. So yeah, there you go. 389. I thought 389 was the number. I think if you take Sanrio and the 16 out, maybe that is the number. Let's quickly pull up the trusty calculator. So if we take 413 and we say minus the 16 that they added, that's 397. And then you minus Sanrio, which is what, 8? How many Sanrio villagers? Are there 8 of them? They're 389. Wait a second. No way. Dude, I was just, what? That's the exact number I said. Dude, I'm telling you. There's no way. Am I right? How many Sanrio villagers are there? I don't think there's 8. There's no way that I had that number 100% accurate. No way, dude. How many Sanrio villagers are there? 6. Oh, dang, I was close. So technically the number would be 391 before the new 16 that came out and 2.0 and the 6 Sanrio villagers. I was close, dude. I was close. Because my information, you know, is I'm used to thinking about when the game released, you know. Now, how about this? How many total Animal Crossing villagers have there ever been? See, this is not the number we're looking for. There has to be a list of every villager ever made. 480, I think. Somebody said 480. I don't know if that's true. Dang, I wonder what the number is because, oh, here it is, 488. There are total villagers across all Animal Crossing games is 488. There's almost 500 total, but they're not in, a lot of them didn't make it out of the old games. Wow, 488 total villagers. Maddie the dog. Maddie's cute, but she looks like if you treated her badly, she might make a pie out of Dookie and then serve it to you without telling you. I don't really like her. She gives me a bad vibe. As she should. As she should. Wavy nose. Wavy nose. Wavy nose, dude. Cozy, yeah. And someone named Maddie, you are correct, yeah. Anyways. Imagine the next AC game we get 600. That'd be crazy. Honestly, I think that the number of villagers in this game is plenty for sure. I wouldn't expect them to do more, but that would be super cool. I would accept it. I would love if the next Animal Crossing game resurrected all possible old villagers. Here's the thing though, not all old villagers are possible to be brought back because some of them have been replaced. So for example, let me show y'all a little bit of trivia. Take a look at this. So some of them have been repurposed and replaced and like redesigned would be a good way to word it. So when a redesign happens, you could argue technically, this webpage isn't loading, but you could argue technically that it's a different villager entirely. All right, so like, let me give you one example, but there's a bunch of examples we could go over. So here's Violet the gorilla. And Violet the gorilla, she's a snooty villager, right? However, this is actually not her original like character. So Violet actually, so Violet came around, so, hold on, this might be the wrong example. Let me see here. I can't tell because of freaking Midnight Lizard. All right, so Violet didn't come around until City Folk, but she was in Debutsu no Mori Plus. So she's technically a resurrected villager, right? So she's been in the game for a while, but she really came back in City Folk. However, there's another gorilla that Violet replaced. So let me go ahead and pull her up really quick. And this is what the point I'm trying to make. So let me go to Gorilla Villagers. So Violet replaced Jane. Jane never made it out of the first game. And I would argue that Jane got replaced because she's a purple gorilla. Look, she's a purple gorilla. I would argue that they kind of replaced her. So like, look at some of these funky looking villagers. Like, we got some funky looking villagers here. I would argue that Jane kind of got replaced. Right? Whereas eventually she evolved, and you can tell that obviously Violet is kind of the new Jane. So it's like, I don't know if every villager can be revitalized, because some of them have gotten like repurposed. Hazel's the other example, right? But I think most of the old villagers could come back. Most of the old villagers could come back for sure. Is that her as an abominable snowman? Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, that was the Japanese version of Jane. And then that was like the N64 version, and then there was another version later. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. There's a bunch of villagers that have like a super interesting history. What is that squirrel situation? Hazel and Hazel? Hazel, Callie, and Sally. It's very confusing. It's very confusing. The whole Hazel situation's a lot to take in. Jane certainly ain't plain. Yeah, Jane was cool. Some villagers just got lost in time. Some of them got replaced. And some of them eventually came back in New Horizons. In City. New Horizons and New Leaf brought a bunch back. I'm blind. Yeah, sorry. I know. The freaking flashbang. Hazel just got a brow transplant. Is that a thing? Freya the wolf. Oh, speaking of mythical villagers, there's Audie the fox, who's named after the old lady from New Leaf. It's another mythical villager. The only jock wolf to ever exist, Taro. I don't even know who that is. That's an old school looking character? Bring him up. Let's bring him up. Let's see who Taro is. I've never seen him. He was e-reader. Wow. Aro the wolf. Let's see what this guy is. Oh my gosh, he looks sick. Dude, he looks cool, man. What? I love this. Look at this guy. Taro. He's a purple wolf with a tan muzzle and tan paws. Yeah, he was an e-reader card. Wow, he was super... Dude, what the heck? This dude was... What? So he's like, the best way to stay healthy is to work out. No matter if it's rainy, windy, or if he has a cold, he never misses jogging. That may not really be good for you. Too much medicine can make it poison. Too much of a good thing is a bad thing. Like, what the heck? What an actual, like, meta creature. That's like true. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, he's not wrong. He looks like Wolfgang. Yeah, that's probably why he got the cut. Because if a villager was too close to another villager, they would cut him, I think. He'd be a good jock. He definitely poisoned another villager. Definitely a little bit Wolfgangish. Cool wolf, though. I've never seen him. I've showed off Hambo. He's one of my favorite potential old school villagers. Hambone. Sup, Sir Vin? Good to see a big fuss as well. Oh, it's Rocco. Rocco the hippo. Rocco the hippo. Down, 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 down. Rocco the hippo. Rocco the hippo. I'm more of a Biff girly. Rocco's always been a favorite of mine. I got a soft spot for him. I would love to see someone offer AC design services on Upwork or Fiverr. That would be cool. Rago could fit in a farm motive? No. Sure, he could be like a farmer himself, but in this scenario, we're kind of treating the villagers as actual animals. Does that make sense? So I don't know how much you're farming from a hippo, but you know, you can milk anything, I suppose. Get ourselves some pure 100% hippo milk. I'm trying to crowbar Rocco back onto the island. Yeah, like, hey, it's Amy. I know some villagers' names have references. Yeah, they do. Right. There's Amelia. There's Hawkeye. There's a couple other like super sneaky ones. There's a couple other super sneaky references where you can tell a character's inspiration, right? So yo, what's up, Mary? Good morning. So like, so for example, soleil is a French word meaning sun. All right. Soleil is a French word meaning sun and is also a female name of French origin. All right. The name Soleil is often used to refer to the sun itself in French, but can be used to describe sunlight or the state of being sunny. And it has an association for brightness and positivity. So you could argue that this character herself was inspired by just the word or the name Soleil. And like, look at her design. It's obviously sunny. It's obviously, it's obviously embodying the word Soleil, right? Like, and that's a good example. So somebody else brought up, that's a good example. So Elvis. So Elvis is obviously inspired by Elvis, but they made him a lion with like a king's jacket on and a scar on his face. And it's like, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some kind of reference there. Like they're just referencing to Elvis and like his work, his body of work, and like being like a king, king of the blues. I don't know if maybe there's like something there that I don't know. Maybe Elvis was referred to as the king of the blues or something like that. I'm not sure. Drago, here we go. Bum, 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 bum. He was just the king, right? Like, I'm not sure. So yeah, I bet you if we dig deep enough, there's probably a bunch of really cool references. Yeah, the King of Rock, yeah. If we dig deep enough, there's probably a bunch of cool references with villagers. Like, here's an obvious one for you. There's a duck villager named Pate. What do you think that villager's inspiration was? No, I think that's a situation where the name came after the villager. I think there's probably a lot of villagers that they named it after they designed it. And then they just had fun going like, okay, let's name this duck Pate. But I think there's probably, as Ginger King brought up, there's probably plenty of examples of villagers that were designed directly from concept, where they said, we want to make takoyaki from Zucker. Like we want to let's make an octopus villager that's a walking food. And they designed this walking food. You know what I mean? I think there's probably both. There's probably villagers that came before their name, and then there's villagers that were based off of some kind of concept. And they're like, okay, let's design around this. Yeah, there's probably a blend of it, but it's such a fun concept to talk about. Villagers and their inspiration and where they came from. Like, yeah, that's really cool. I bet you there's a lot of deep cut references that we don't fully know either. You know what I mean? Like, maybe personal stuff to the developers. Stuff like that we just don't quite know, that we just don't quite catch. Also, there's probably a bunch of stuff that's a reference to Japanese mythology. Like how Kapp'n is a kappa, and if you don't know, kappa is a story from Japanese mythology about a weird creature, like turtle creature, that would steal children that were naughty from like the rivers or something like that. Like, look it up. They're called kappas. And they're like super creepy creatures, water demons that are known for stealing bad children. And that's what Kapp'n's based off of, right? So there's probably a lot of stuff that's inspired by Japanese culture that we just don't maybe know either. Like, I always thought that Genji the Rabbit might be based off of some sort of folktale or something because of the way that he's drawn. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of folktales around, like, rabbits. Right, so... yeah, like how Snorlax is based off of a chubby developer. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Coco is a reference to gyroids, which is inspired by a cultural thing. Yes. So gyroids are inspired by Hanwha, and Hanwha is clay dolls that were crafted and buried with people. It's like Haniwa or Hanwha. I think it's Haniwa. So Haniwa are clay dolls. They're like death dolls, yeah, and they were buried with people. And then that was the basis of a gyroid, and Coco is a gyroid. So she's basically a walking death doll. And if you put it that way, it's pretty creepy. Yeah, Cap'n actually sings about cucumbers. In Animal Crossing GameCube, Cap'n has a whole song based off of cucumbers. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Cap'n Cucumber song. It's also in New Horizons as well, by the way. But it's a different song because New Horizons is a lot more, how do you say tame? How do you say watered down? How do you say neutered? Once had me a ship o' cucumber, but alas, me crew number could only be one. 'Cause when you chew on your ship, swabbies say you're kinda strange. They think you'll all sink when your hunger makes your ship come undone. What? Will you rhyme once in your life, you jerk? Don't cry about dreams that don't come true. Let's see if we can find Cap'n Cucumber song Animal Crossing GameCube. Here it is. We got it. Wait, hopefully this is it. Hold on. It looks like it's all of the songs. Can we just get the one? Or do I have to click through it? Here it is. Here it is. Got it. Here it is. This is the dopest song. You can't go wrong with me cucumber song thong. Cucumber, cucumber, so green and long. Wait, what? They're the best ripe and raw, or with some coleslaw. Please get me 2 or 3 that I can gnaw. The word gnaw just really brings that song together in the worst way possible, dude. I feel like such a low down shame, me lovely dear dame. I'm a rat. I laughed at your mom's weird name. Laughed at your mom's weird name. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, the cucumber song. So yeah, there you go, Morgso. Yeah, it was a jam, dude. He's talking about raw, gnaw. Cucumbers nice and long, you know? The part about youngsters, that's very lore correct. Spiriting away kids. Yeah. Yeah, Kappa is in Harvest Moon. Correct. Yeah, actually, Kappa's being in Harvest Moon games is very traditional. That's right, Silent Shelf. And here's a little bit of a bit of trivia for you. In the Harvest Moon Mineral Town remake, which is called Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town, not only did they bring Kappa back as the scorn of the pond, who you give cucumbers to, he also is dateable. That's right. Let me go ahead and pull it up real quick. Cap'n, Friends of Mineral Town. You can actually date Cap'n, and they made him sexy. And they turned him into a hipster. So when they remade Friends of Mineral Town, you can actually date Cap'n if you give him enough cucumbers. Which was not possible in the original Game Boy Advance game. For the record, this might be the first ever Harvest Moon game that made him dateable. He was never dateable ever because he was never meant to be that way. And they decided to have some fun in the remake. So you can actually romance him. So there's a little bit of trivia for you. I like to think of that picture of Cap'n that I just shared to you is what Cap'n looked like when he was young. Anybody else? Anybody else? I like to think that picture we just pulled up was Cap'n young. Here, I'll pull it up again real quick. Let's do a side-by-side comparison real quick. Hold on, let's do a side-by-side comparison real quick. Hold on. Cap'n New Horizons. All right, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Look at Captain. And then sexy Captain. This is when Captain before he went bald. This is Captain before he went bald. This is when he was young, frivolous. Yeah. And then this is what he turned into, an old creep, creeping on the girls, playing New Leaf. Freaking weirdo. And we got a horse, but we didn't get the horse we wanted. So we rolled an ostrich this morning. And we rolled an ostrich this morning, and we didn't get the ostrich we wanted. We rolled a horse. We didn't get the horse. The only thing we haven't seen today... Nope, that's not true. We did see a duck. We saw pate, and... So we've rolled the species we wanted once each. I think we rolled pate today. I think so. So... Bad luck today. Bad luck. We're having bad luck with our hunt so far. Looks like a Stardew depiction. It's funny. Which ostrich did you find today? Julia. So, you know, technically a peacock. What's up, Tay? Good to see you today. Yeah, Julia showed up. Made herself known. Reminds me of the meme I shared with the emo chicken comment. Hey, we surprisingly haven't seen a lot of the octopi this hunt. The octopus. Usually they show up pretty often. But... All right. These next two tickets put us up to 380 tickets for the hunt so far. 380 tickets deep here on a Monday morning. Welcome to the show today. Hey, yo, we got to get that emote for sure. That's cute. There's a Kappa emote and Better TTV and mod chat. Let's get that added for sure. I like that a lot. It looks cute. Where's the add button at? Channel, boom. Cute. Oh, you're right. It does have the same. Yeah, you're right. That's. Which will it use? Maybe it'll be random. Maybe it'll just. What? That's. How's that gonna work? Yeah. That's so funny. It'll be me and Random 18? I think so. Nice. Portia. Portia's a cute name for a dog. I don't know if I like Portia as a name for a human, though. You know, no offense to any Portias out there. Being a Josh isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Oh, Silent Shelf. Is that true? I'll take your word for it. I won't even look it up. I'll take your word for it. Because I never played that version, so I would not know, right? I know everything about the original version, but I know nothing about the girl version. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it for sure. Maybe that's what they did, is they combined the games. See, they did that with Wonderful Life. Wonderful Life, they combined more Wonderful Life and they combined the original and they made one beautiful game. Give me 1 second here. Something in my eyeball. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. You know, I certainly wasn't going to play a version of the game where I was dating dudes. Sorry. That's just wasn't my vibe back then, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with that. I always thought it was goofy that they would release a whole separate game for that. Because that was before there was DLC and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like that was way before. So I always thought it was crazy that they released a whole another game, added new content, and then switched flipped the script. And I always felt bad. I always felt bad for all of the, girl gamers out there who were stuck being forced to only date girls in Harvest Moon games. So I found it cool that the company put so much effort into making sure that, gamers who prefer dating males, period, across the board, were being represented. You know what I mean by that? Like, that's pretty cool. Like, I always thought that was a pretty cool thing because, like, gamers who preferred dating girls had so many Harvest Moons to play, but there was such a limit on that, seemingly until, like, I guess the Game Boy Advance era, kinda, right? Yeah, pretty interesting. Now that I think back, it was cool. It's cool to think about how that company put a lot of effort into making sure there was proper representation. Way back before it was, like, such a conversation piece, right? You know what I mean? I dated Mary and Ellie before I could date Cliff and the Doctor. Yeah, it's like super interesting that I think that kind of speaks to the company. I think that kind of speaks to the developers for wanting to make that happen. I think that's actually really cool. Now that I think back on it and reflect, it's like, oh wow, they were really putting a lot of effort into that. I was so excited to have any game as a kid that I could play as a girl. Yeah, like the Pokemon games didn't start that until Generation 3. I imagine as a girl gamer, or again, as somebody who just would prefer to be represented as a girl in a game, it must have been so monumental when Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire came out. It had to have been so monumental when you were able to choose. Like that had to have been super crazy for Pokemon fans. It might have been Crystal. Sure. It might have been Crystal. I don't remember. Yeah. Just in general, though, just the idea of that evolving in that direction was probably pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, it was Crystal. Yeah. Yeah, super interesting stuff, actually. I'm trying to think of like the first game that I played that allowed that, and it was Pokemon. Right? I'm trying to think of the first game I ever played. It would have been Pokemon. It would have been like Pokemon Crystal. And then soon after that, you started seeing more of that, right? Like Amy being in Sonic Adventure was super cool to me, even if she had like the shortest story of them all. Honestly, the first time that I ever played a female character in any video game was probably World of Warcraft. Probably. And again, like, it's not that it didn't bother me or anything. Like when I had a choice, like the first game, like if I had a choice at the beginning and I was like, and I actively was like, I'm going to choose this character. But I played plenty of games. Like for example, this is rude, but I'm going to tell the story anyways. when I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 with my brother, I would only play with the female characters, and I called them my hoe squad. I'd be like, I'm about to beat your ass with my hoe squad, dude. And I would just only pick female characters, like all the different female superhero characters, like Psylocke. I'd be like, I got my hoe squad, son. You're going down to the hoes. That was about as far as that went for my naive little kid brain. So, you know, it was like, obviously you'd play as a female character here and there, but, you know, me with my hoe squad and rivals. Yeah. It's pretty funny if you think about it. It's pretty silly. Oh, playing Coco and Crash Bandicoot. That's super interesting. What a drop. Yes, Morg. Yes, dude. Yes, Exhaustion. Yes. Oh my, I'm starting to get warm. Anybody getting warm in here? Whew, 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 whew. You're lucky you have a common name. I hate that no one can seem to read my name, like at a doctor's office. Really? Do you think that's pretty funny? I guess I never thought about having a common name as being a perk. I always looked at it as a net negative in most of my life. Like, to be honest, when I introduce myself, even still to this day, I'll usually say something silly like Joe Schmo. Like, yeah, my name's Josh, you know, Joe Schmo. And everyone's like, oh yeah, another Josh. So yeah, usually I always looked at it as like a net negative. What about the Metroid series? True. I guess technically that would have been the first female I ever played in a game. Yeah, there it is. I knew there was something I wasn't thinking of. I knew there was something. And honestly, there's probably something else because I played a lot of games. Like I played RPGs. So I'm sure there's something I'm not thinking of. Surely there is, but like the Cool Spot games, Tomb Raider, right? Exactly. Lara Croft. I'm sure there's something I wasn't thinking of, but yeah, Metroid would have been the first for sure. Cause you know, Samus, the old school, the legend, the schoolyard myths of seeing Samus nude if you beat the game 100%. That was a schoolyard myth. That was literally a schoolyard myth. Yo, if you 100% Super Metroid, you can see Samus's tatas. Turns out she was just in a bikini. So the schoolyard was half right. But we never got it legitimately. As soon as we heard that rumor, my best friend just used his Game Shark to cheat his way to 100% to see it. And I was so mad about it. I was like, dude, no, we gotta earn this. We're like, dude, if this is true, we have to earn this. And he was like, screw that, dude. And he just straight up Game Sharked it. And I was so mad. I'm like, you're such a cheater, dude. He was all about his cheat codes. Yo, Nate the Bear shows up again. Been watching One Piece for about a week. Had to time skip. The animators for the show took a 6-month break and came back. Post time skip so bad with the fan service that people are calling it Goon Piece. Goon Piece. Oh my god. I never watched that show. It's too big. I don't think I could ever start it. It's too big. It's too much. It's too scary. Yeah, all they would have to do with is make it a lowercase k random. That's literally all they would have to do to fix that BTTV mode. Just make it a lowercase k. And you could just use one or the other. I said the same thing. Now I'm 1,000 episodes deep, wanting 1,000 more. Bow, 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 bow. I sat for so long trying to think of my son's name because I was like, the world doesn't need another Chris or a John. Aw. I think if I had a girl, the names I thought up when I was like 18, because, you know, you just think about that kind of stuff when you're younger. Yo, Biscuit the dog was for if I had a baby girl, I would name them Lily. And if it was a boy, I can't remember what the name I chose for a boy was. I don't remember. It's been so long since I thought about this. I don't remember. But I remember really liking Lily for a girl. But I can't remember what the name for a guy. I don't remember. I really don't. It's like stuck on my brain. I think it was started with a T. No. Whatever it was, I'd probably hate it now. I can just feel it in my soul. I'm like, whatever the name was, I'll hate it now, I bet. Tupac. I bet you I would just hate it now. I don't even want to know what it was. I'm not even sure I'm too keen on Lily anymore. Picking a name for our daughter as a teacher was hard. Dude, I bet. Because you have all these snot-nosed kids that you're thinking of when you're trying to name your kid. Chris, can't go with Chris. I saw that kid eat poop. Oh, how about Trevor? Can't go with Trevor. I saw that kid's balls the other day. They fell out of his shorts. Okay, what about... I'm sure it's terrible as a teacher. You're just like, oh, no, that kid's a rat. I'm sure it's bad, dude. Cherry the dog. A lot of dogs today. I wonder how many Sam and Deans are out there because of Supernatural. Not again, Trevor. That happened to me in 4th grade gym class when we had a partner up and count each other's sit-ups. Oh no! That's so funny. So that actually happened to me once in school too. So there was this kid who was like obviously like underprivileged, and he like had tattered clothes and stuff. And like, man, my family was poor, so I could relate. I had tattered clothes and stuff too. And one day I'm in math class and I look across the room, and what do I see but 2 danglies dangling down beneath this kid's chair. I'm like, what the? So like the teacher comes by and I'm like, yo, teach. And I point at him and she's so I'm a jerk because I call the teacher over and I'm like, yo, look. And the teacher goes, oh. She's like, oh. And I'm like, we got to do something about that. You know, like you can't just let that happen. So she had to go over to him and talk to him about his situation. She had to talk to him about his situation. They were just hanging out, man. Not you getting the teacher. And the thing is like, I'm going to be real. It was 100% on accident. Here's the thing you don't realize. It was 100% on accident. The kid didn't realize that his torn up boxer shorts were just like he didn't realize. He was like a genuinely just wearing tattered up clothes, and he didn't realize that they just like slipped out. Like straight up, the kid 100% had no clue. He wasn't being a weirdo at all. It just wasn't that kind of person. You know what I mean? Like it was just like a straight up shameless like moment. And I was just at like the perfect angle in the classroom where I could see them, and I was just like, this is not comfortable. Like, please. Man spreading? Yeah. Man, that's nuts. Why does that make me think of Bad Grandpa? It makes me think of Billy Madison, where they're training for the triathlon, and the guy falls over, and he's like, "Oh, gross! Did you see that dude's balls?" That's what it makes me think of. Makes me think of Billy Madison. What's up, Rare Bean and Rice, by the way? Good to see you. What's up, Florida girl? Do you ever collect the amiibo cards? Yeah, I have. I'm only missing about 50 from the whole collection. About 40, 50. But I haven't attempted to finish the collection. One day I might. Yeah, so actually they were gifted, so vibe shift, but so I lived the first house that I lived in when I started streaming, so this would have been 6 years ago. The person who owned the house gave me the cards because when I started streaming, so quick lore session. So when I started streaming, my neighbor who lived above me, who was also the owner of the house, I rented a room with a shared space. So we shared the kitchen, we shared the bathroom, but I rented a room, and there was like 4 of us. I rented a room, there was a lady, there was a guy, there was the owner, and we all like lived in this house together, but we didn't really know each other, you know what I mean? So I started streaming out of that room. This literally just, my whole life was just in this one little room. And the neighbor above me, the owner, we called him Angry Neighbor because he was always pissed that I was way too loud. He started freaking out. Dude, you're too loud, you're talking too loud. So like, that's why a lot of my early streams, you'll notice I'm like a lot quieter, and I'm like, it was all because I had to like figure out how to stream while living with somebody who was super sensitive. Like he was always texting me angry messages like, I'm trying to sleep. And I'm just like trying to talk on my stream and have fun and laugh. And, you know, I'm a pretty loud guy. So eventually he started coming to terms with the show though. And he switched over from Angry Neighbor to Supportive Neighbor. And one day he came downstairs with boxes of amiibo cards. And he was like, yo, you want to give these away to your community? Or, you know, do you want to do something with these? You can have all of them. And gave me hundreds. Like I still have hundreds of doubles. And I've given away hundreds of doubles on this stream. I'm talking cards that are maybe worth $20, $30, $40 at this point. Single cards. I've given them all away because that was like, so I didn't tell the full story, but he passed away. And once he passed away, I thought it would be cool to kind of like, through his like helpful legacy, like becoming the supportive neighbor, instead of the angry neighbor. So we decided to give away like most of the cards that he gave me. And then I just kept one set for myself. So I have about 400, or sorry, I guess it would be 350 of the cards. I'm missing about 50. And I've given away like all the doubles. Like I said, at one point, I know for a fact I've given away Anka, which is worth a ton of money. We've given away, like, I'm talking some of the big bill cards, like Anka Amiibo card, eBay. Now here's the thing. This was before they reprinted them. All right. Right now, Anka, there's an eBay listing for Anka for. So this is not helping us because there's a bunch of them. So honestly, this is probably not relevant anymore. Probably not. I imagine that these aren't as expensive as they were, but before they reprinted them for New Horizons, which is when we were giving away the most of them. Some of these cards were like high end. Like I used to wonder if people would join the giveaways just to resell them, because like the cards were like hard to find, dude. It was really bad. If anybody knows, if you know, jump in the chat. Were you somebody who were trying to collect amiibo cards before New Horizons? The cards were really rare at one point, dude. Some of them were super rare. But anyways, I just bring that up because it was cool. It was we were doing something pretty neat, and we didn't care what the cards were worth. We were just giving them away and letting people pick out a bunch of, you know, 10, 20, 30 of them, and we would mail them out to them. And it was cool. It was cool. So yeah, I still to this day have probably 100 or 200 just straight doubles of tons of amiibo cards. As a Canadian, it's hard to find amiibo cards. Yeah. I will need amiibos. I should fill out my list so you can take all my extras. You know how people make the mini cards? Yeah, it's super easy. There was last I heard, there's an app on iPhone that just lets you straight up create NFCs. And then there's also like other ways to do it. But yeah, it's actually really, really easy. Yeah, you just essentially have to plug the digital version of the amiibo card, the files, onto an NFC chip, and you can buy a bag of blank NFCs for like $1 on the internet. Literally. You can get like a bag of 20 for like $1. And then you can just go download a phone app and you can just make your own. There's also another way you can do it. I was actually gifted a device that's like a plastic device with a cord that plugs into your computer. And you can use this device instead of your phone to load fake NFCs. So the device I have, it was gifted from a buddy Neanderthal in the chat. Shout out Neanderthal. It came with a chip, a pretty hardy plastic chip that's meant to be rewritten over and over again. So all I do is I plug it into my computer, I load the NFC onto the chip, and then I can scan whatever I want, and then I can just keep repurposing it. And it was originally given to me so I could get some of the Zelda amiibos that I don't have in my collection. Yeah, exactly. All of the reprints and the releases of the new sets, the prices went down for amiibo cards, right? Can you get banned? No, because like none of that stuff can be tracked. Now, if you were selling the NFC chips, you could potentially get a cease and desist letter sent to you, because if you're making money off of Nintendo's product. But if you were just making your own, there's no way for them to track it, at least not right now. So here, let me word that better, Jose. There is currently, to my knowledge, no way for Nintendo to track the difference between a real NFC, like a real amiibo card, and a fake. And there hasn't ever been. So, to my knowledge, there are 0 reports of somebody getting banned using a fake NFC. 0. Across the board. Pretty sure it's never happened. So, right now, it seems like it's pretty safe. I just went to the play area to game for a bit during lunch, and my son says to me, "What are you doing in my swamp?" Hylian has influenced the youngsters. What are you doing in my swamp? Yeah, so don't get fooled. The eBay listings can be a little overpriced. Dual Master D, right? That's why you should be careful. Because like, if you want to get yourself a bundle of like, you know, fake cards, really you shouldn't be spending too much for that, right? I think like $20 for a good amount of them is like pretty fair. Definitely just be careful, because people will try to oversell that stuff. Now it is convenience, so you know, whatever. We get a duck. It's not the duck we want. Unfortunately, man. Dang. Some bad luck today, huh? We're getting some of the rolls we need, but we're not quite getting the villager outside of that. Sedge. She's cute, though. Can't be mad at her. Yeah, that's a little expensive, Duel Master D. Now, again, that is like super convenient to have all of them, you know? $200 though, like you're out of your mind. For them, they probably just spent like, what, 20 to 50 bucks on all the NFC chips. So at that point, it's more their labor that you're paying for.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Whoa! What in tarnation?
What are you doing in my swamp?
I don't even, do I even have the buttons set up for this? I think I do. Yeah, there it is. Holy heck. Holy heck. Oh no. We've been swamped, dude. We've been swamped, dude. Holy bananas, gorilla. 5,000 biddies from Wavy in honor of the sun. What are you doing in my swamp?
In honor of the sun. Desk click.
Holy heck, dude. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. What a crazy supportive thing to do, man. Wavy strikes again. Let's get a little plugged in today. I like rotating this album once. Can I get out of here? I'm trapped. I'm trying to press the B button. Get me out of here. I'm stuck. Now let me go play this game. Thank you for the 5,000 bits. I hope that's chocolate. You know what it is. So, dude, fun fact about that piece of artwork that we do for the 5,000 bit alert is it's actually repurposed from Zombies Ate My Neighbors. It's actually really cool. We managed to take the game over screen from Zombies Ate My Neighbors and separate it from the file and then recolor it. And so it's the exact, except it stops. Normally it would keep going and say game over. It was actually such a really cool piece of work that I got commissioned. Yeah, I love that. You're the reason I thought Bananas Gorilla the other day. Such a good idea. Yeah, I thought that was super cool. I had a lot of fun with that idea. Did you see the survey about physical games? I did. So Nintendo released a survey that you can all take the time to go and participate in. And it asks you a couple questions about your relationship with physical games. And then it asks you essentially about game key cards in like a roundabout way. It pretty much says like, it's like, would you like a physical game? Do you want to buy like a physical game where everything's on the cartridge? Or would you like a physical game where you have to download it, but you still have to put the cartridge in the system, the game key card? And Nintendo's trying to figure out something, you know, obviously. So what a lot of the industry experts are assuming is that Nintendo's sales for third-party games are pretty miserable, and they're trying to maybe poll the communities to see like, okay, what's going on here? Yeah, you can post the link. Yeah, for sure. Thanks. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, it seems like the industry experts are making a speculation that third-party sales have been pretty dismal. So maybe this is Nintendo going, wait a second, this could be bad, and we might want to see what's going on here. Oh, they turned it off? Dang, they probably got enough answers. That sucks, because it felt like it just showed up yesterday. What's a good price for a used PS5? Ooh, I don't know. Hey, Dom showed up. Hey. All they have to do is offer cheaper carts. Correct. All they have to do is offer 16, 32 gigabyte cartridges. Yep. However, it seems like they're really against doing that for whatever reason, something to do with manufacturing. So the other thing that they need to do is eat the price and offer them for free or like for cheaper to the developers. But we all know Nintendo's not going to eat the price. And then the last thing that could happen is that developers eat the price themselves and just charge $10 more for every game. Because there is a lot of people that are like, I would pay $10 more for the game on the cartridge. Now, we all might not like that, but that might be the future. So, for example, Street Fighter would have cost $70 instead of $60, but it would have all been on the cartridge. Now, that's a bad example because I think Street Fighter is bigger than 64 gigabytes. I can't remember. So some games are just straight up not going to be able to ever be full on the cartridge, but that's like some of the discourse. So like, it's very interesting that people are willing to pay more money for physical games if companies are willing to shell it out. Like, I've been reading on the internet, and it seems like a very majority voice is, I will pay $10 more if you put this on the cartridge, please. Like, people are begging, like, we will shell out the money. I don't think everyone agrees with that, though. I think there are a lot of people who are like, games are expensive enough and the companies should eat the price and screw them, which I think obviously that's true, but I don't know. I guess there's a conversation to be had about meeting them to the middle somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, share the cost between the devs and Papa. Yeah, exactly. So I guess we'll see what happens. I'll tell you one thing. Game key cards are definitely not going anywhere. That's 100% a truth, I'm sure. So it really just comes down to, you know, how Nintendo handles this next step. Because, you know, if it is affecting sales and stuff, they got to do something. Yeah, Planet Kitties, right, exactly. I see it as they're already eating the price with digital and physical being the same. They could easily make the plastic cost more. Right, exactly. So yeah, it's an interesting conversation, but it's cool to see that people had an opportunity to voice their opinion on it. And we could only hope that if Nintendo's asking, then maybe they are considering some solution. Right? Like that is a potential future. Like, that's nice. Like, hey, at least they're asking. Like, will this result in anything? That's a whole nother conversation, right? And that's pretty much it for gaming news today. There was a leak of a PlayStation Portable, by the way. Telling y'all, PlayStation Handheld just got leaked, but not only the specs of it. Only the specs apparently got leaked of a possible PlayStation handheld that might be around the corner sooner than we think. So that's pretty interesting conversation. Now, what have we learned about recent leaks? Right, exactly. Well, and that's the thing, because what we learned about recent leaks is that we need to be having a conversation about the difference between a leak and a rumor. And this, in fact, was a leak. still could be made up garbage. But there is a slight difference, right? Yeah, like there's a whole sheet of specs that got like released. And apparently they got this information from somebody, you know how it goes. But it's allegedly information that we can base decisions off of. But what did we just learn about all of this? It's really easy for the word leak and the word rumor to get interchanged accidentally. It could be just some guy's wish list. You know? Like PSP handheld? Yeah, so it would be... So the conversation around it is pretty much PlayStation Portal, but not streaming the games. Does that make sense? So the PlayStation Portal walked so the potential PlayStation handheld could run. So if you don't know what a PlayStation Portal is, it's a device that allows you to stream games from your PlayStation 5 from Wi-Fi. So you have to be, the games are not installed on the device. It's all cloud. It's all streamed from Wi-Fi. Take that concept and just install the games directly to the handheld. And we have a new PlayStation handheld. So essentially a device that has all of your PlayStation account access, all your games installed on it, and you could play it anywhere. A traditional handheld. That would basically be it. Right? Yeah, you don't even have to have a PlayStation 5 anymore. Correct. And that is correct. Thank you. Because that was how it used to be. But now it's essentially just a streaming service device. That's the key takeaway here. I did misspeak. It's basically what we're talking about is a device that that streams games versus plays them natively, and that's all you would be paying for. So honestly, I liked Spawnwave's take. So Spawnwave's take on this was this. It seems like it's not going to be the focus at all. It's going to be a side device offered for people who are interested. It's not going to be like the star of the show for the PlayStation. It's going to be a device that they offer alongside all of their other offerings. Essentially just saying, here, if you like playing stuff handheld, you can buy this relatively affordable device and you can play these games. But it's not going to be like the star of their show. It's not going to be like the Vita era. It's not going to be something they push hardcore. This is all speculation. But I agree with that take is what I'm saying. I agree with that. I think they're probably going to just try to market it as like a supplement to people who are interested in handheld. Like it's not really going to be like a big deal, which makes sense. You know, essentially they're not trying to compete with the handheld market. That's the way to think about it. They're not trying to compete with the handheld market. They're just trying to make a handheld for PlayStation fans. They're not trying to compete with Switch. They're not trying to compete. They're just trying to make a handheld for handheld lovers, right? Like just whatever. Have we heard anything about the new AC? No, unfortunately, we have not. So Animal Crossing could still very well be a couple years out. It could be right around the corner. We are still stuck in the dark. Unfortunately, we are stuck in the dark with that. I wonder if Nintendo's next console will be handheld. That's a really good question, right? If I had to predict, I'd say that we get another hybrid console from Nintendo, which would, wouldn't be for like a decade, but to answer your question, if I had to predict, I think it would be another hybrid. I know that sounds a little crazy because Nintendo always mixes it up, but I think it would be another hybrid. I think it will be. I think hybrid's going to be the thing for a long time for Nintendo. Yeah, I think it'll be another hybrid for sure. The thing is, though, is I think clamshell comes back. Can I show y'all something interesting? Let me see if I can pull this up. Take a look at this. Past month. So there's a lot. So there's a lot of industry like knockoffs. There's a lot of industry knockoffs. But let me see if I can find a picture of the one that's yellow real quick. Give me just a second. Because you can see it better. Give me just a moment. And yeah, here we go. Take a look at this. And I think this might be something that people want. And I could see this being the future. The DS is back, son. So this is sick, right? This is super sick, right? So this is a company who's making a literal DS in 2025. Full gorgeous top screen, bottom screen. It's Android. Listen to this. Both the screens can do different things. You could have a game on top. You could be playing Elden Ring on top and having a TV show playing on the bottom. You could literally be playing a movie on the bottom while playing Elden Ring on top. So like, people want this, dude. In my opinion, people want this. This is something I think people would be very interested in if they were able to figure out how to make it affordable, because this is likely going to be $1,000+ because that's what this market is like. Unfortunately, this market is like super gross, and all of these types of handhelds cost a ton. So these Reddit commenters think that it would be closer to $500. They're wrong. I almost can guarantee you that this thing is going to be $800 plus. This is going to be an $1,000 device. Maybe 800, maybe 700. It ain't going to be no $500. I doubt that. So like, yeah, that's the problem. Is like, this is super interesting, but it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. But I just wanted to bring this up because we're talking about what is the future Nintendo console going to look like. Right? I mean, like, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, this could be one of the many directions that the Nintendo goes. And they start evolving the idea of the hybrid console. Right? Like, what if this console could be closed and put into a dock? Why not? Think about it. Imagine if you could close this. There's a USB port on the bottom, and you can plug it into a dock and still load it up on your TV. Think about that for a second. There's no reason why this device couldn't also be dockable. Right? This could be the future, where they continue to go hybrid, but they continue to evolve on top of what they've already accomplished. Right? Super cool stuff so far. DS is not trademarked. So actually, Spawnwave mentioned that in his video when he presented this. And apparently DS just stands for dual screen, but DS is actually not trademarked, I guess, because you have to think about it this way. It's not the Nintendo DS, it's the Pocket dual screen. And I think that's how they're getting away with the term DS, because they're just referencing the fact that it has two screens. But I don't actually know the legality behind it. I'm just giving you a reason on how maybe they can get away with DS. Yeah. I don't actually know the truth behind that, but yeah, I'm sure they could figure it out. Right. I really want separate consoles like 3DS and Wii U. Yeah, I mean, I wanted Switch 2 to have a docked only option. And I know that sounds ridiculous. When I say that out loud, it's an oxymoron, right? People go, what do you mean? It's not a Switch anymore if it can't switch. I don't care. That's what I want. I personally wanted a Nintendo Switch to come out that was just a full TV console that was just way better than anything the Switch could do, because the Switch is held back by the fact that it has to be handheld sometimes. That's what I'm right there with you. That's what I wanted. Like before the Switch 2 came out, like that's what I wanted. I was hoping that they would go in a separate direction and the Switch 2 would be a complete home console and they would continue selling Switch 1s as the handheld and we would have 3DS Wii U era. That's exactly what I hoped for a long time. The Switch 1 would just keep existing, and then we would get a home console. That kind of defeats the point. That's what everyone says to me. That's okay. If you don't get it, you don't get it. That's fine. Yeah, I get it. I understand. What's the point? It's not a Switch. What's the point? That defeats the point. Well, let me just say this. I have never taken my Switch out of the dock since I bought it. Not really. Maybe once. So like whether or not it doesn't make sense to you, my point is that there is still a huge market for people who don't play handhelds. So whatever they changed the name, whatever they did, I don't care what they do to make this a reality. I don't really care whether it defeats yeah, exactly. The Switch Lite also defeated the point. So all I basically wanted was the Switch Heavy. Exactly, Ginger King. Right. Once they created the Switch Lite, they already defeated the point. So I just wanted the Switch Heavy. And I don't think I'm too crazy to ask for that. Same idea, but just let me plug it into a TV permanently. You know what I mean? Like I'm not too bonkers for asking for that. Even if you are 100% right, it is an oxymoronic request because the whole point of the Switch is that you can go back and forth. So it's just funny because when I bring it up, that's exactly always the commentary. It's like, but that doesn't make any sense, Hylian. And I'm like, I know it doesn't make sense, but like, hear me out. I still want it. like, hear me out. I know it doesn't make sense, but I still want this device that doesn't make any sense. I still want it. Go.
37 months HD SIP HD SIP HD SIP HD SIP.
Yo, thank you Blood Raven for the tier 3 for 37. Holy heck, the support coming in here today. Holy heck. So like, all right, jokes aside though, because I was memeing a little bit. Let me explain actually what I'm talking about. My initial wish was actually this. What I wanted them to do is take the concept, the technology behind the Switch, and repurpose it into a home console. So what I'm actually asking for is I'm not asking for them to take what we have now, the Switch, and turn it into a single console. What I was actually asking for was for them to take the technology that they have already established and make it better, the Switch 2. But then going one step further and just taking the screen out of it and letting me just permanently plug it into a wall and into a TV. Offering people who just want a home console a side offering. They don't have to go through rebranding. They don't have to go through making a new device. They don't have to change what the Switch 2 does normally. I'm just asking that they take what they've already created, take the screen out, and just give me a home console because I'm a guy who only uses it as a home console. If you think about it, that actually makes sense now, doesn't it? So, because what you're implying is that I'm asking for a whole new system, which that's not what I'm asking for. I'm just asking for them to repurpose what they've already created, which is great in my opinion, and just give us a side option, just like they did with the Switch Lite, that is a home console. That's literally all I'm asking. Just take the same idea of the Switch Lite, but just repurpose it into a home console, because that's what I want. I would prefer a home console. Yeah. Like, does that make sense? Does that make more sense? So no, it doesn't need to change names or anything. It could literally just be the Switch Heavy, the Switch Home, an offering for people who prefer an only docked experience. Everything is all in one piece. The dock, everything is just one piece, and you just put it on your table and you plug it into your TV. Right? And I think that would be cool, because I think there's a lot of people who would want that. Now, obviously, that's not what the Switch is designed to do. I know. And again, I love the point about the Switch Lite, because the Switch Lite was designed to be hybrid and it's not. So is it really that far-fetched for me to request the opposite of the Switch Lite? It's really not. So if you pause and think about it that way, I think my point makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? I think so. Right? Yeah, Nintendo Switchless, right? So yeah, no, I'm really not asking for like a whole new console. I was just hoping that they would realize that there's a market for that. That's all. I just really wanted them to have a market. I would hope they realize, like, we are out here. People still want home consoles. I am one of them. And I get it. Most people love the hybridness of the Switch. I'm just not one of those people. You know, that's not who I am. So it would be cool if they were to just say, hey, let's offer something else. Would this be at a cheaper price point? Well, it doesn't have to be cheaper, because instead, you know what it could be? More powerful. So imagine the screen goes away, they save money, they make it more powerful. They can make it a little fatter because it doesn't have to be held in your hand. So now we have a bigger motherboard, more technology. It could still use the same NVIDIA chip, but maybe just more RAM, maybe more fans. So they could really repurpose everything they have and just make it a better overall system, and either make it cheaper or just make it more powerful. And when I originally designed this idea, it was for the Switch 1, before the Switch 2 was announced. So now that we have the Switch 2, I basically got what I wanted anyways, and I don't really need it anymore. And I probably should have led into this saying that. Like, it doesn't really matter anymore, because I got what I wanted anyways. Because all I really wanted was a more powerful Switch, and we got the more powerful Switch anyways. And it's still hybrid. So I kind of won, because I got what I wanted and I get to eat my cake too. You know what I mean? Because like, we got a more powerful Switch, it's still hybrid, and I still have options, and I'm in love with that, you know? Like, so, you know, nowadays it doesn't really matter anymore. But back when the Switch 1 existed, we were all dreaming of a more powerful Switch 1. You know what I mean? And like, that's when I designed this idea of a console, like a home console. Right? Because like, I wanted the Switch 1 to be more powerful. But now it's like, whatever, dude. The Switch 2 is everything I could have wanted and more. So it's like, it's still sick. The Switch 1 is incredibly underclocked in order to prioritize battery life and heat. Modders removed this underclock and were able to make the home console version that you're talking about, right? Nintendo won't even change over Hall effect sticks. There's no way they'll make any changes to their vision. I mean, true. But a boy can dream, right? We can sit and have the conversation about everything Nintendo won't do all day, but hear me out. Why don't we have a conversation where we maybe speculate on what Nintendo could do, instead of filling the gaps every chance we get with actually Nintendo shit, and they won't do that. Listen, if you guys want to have a conversation about how shitty Nintendo is, go make a Twitter account. But when we're here discussing the idea of a potential theory that Nintendo could pursue, I don't think any of us need to be reminded about how bad the company is over and over again. So I'm just gonna like throw that out there to anybody whoever you are. You know, that's not necessarily the conversation we're having. Yeah, we know that they suck. We don't need to be reminded of that every 2 minutes. We're just talking theory about the future of Nintendo. The question was, what do you think the Switch 3 will look like? And we're just chatting. You know, it's this doesn't have to turn into grabbing your pitchforks. Oh, but Nintendo! Yeah, we know how you feel about Nintendo. I think you let us all know, and you probably let the whole world know countless times on your Twitter account, okay? Trust me, I know, I grew up. Yeah, like, yeah, please. You know, you keep that to Twitter, you know, keep that out of my chat. I'm here being trolled by Stardew, getting red cabbage seeds at the traveling cart on the last day of winter. That sucks. That's unfortunate. I think they're guaranteed to show up in year 1. Is that your guaranteed? Is that it? Did you just get screwed? Here's the video of Macho Nacho about the Switch Pro mod. First 2 minutes is the overview. It's interesting stuff. Been free roaming in Mario Kart World all morning, loving it. So I'm very pro Nintendo. Yeah, that's cool. It's not about being pro or Nintendo or not being pro Nintendo, you know? It's just frustrating that it's like you can't have a conversation about Nintendo without somebody feeling the need to express their opinion about like, yeah, who cares? I don't care what you think about Nintendo, please. We're just chatting the chat, man. Could you imagine if every conversation went this way about every topic? It's so easy for conversations to turn into that, right? Like here, let's do a thought experiment just for fun. So like, let's say that somebody came in and said, so what do you think about the music you're listening to, Hylian? And then the conversation dissolved into how bad music is nowadays. And, oh, music will never be the way it was back in the day. You know what I mean? Like, that has nothing to do with the fact that we're talking about the song we're listening to and how it makes us feel. Oh, but music sucks. I hate it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's so exhausting, dude. It's like, we're just chatting, dude. We're literally just chatting about ideas. You know what I mean? Like, what the heck, man? Let's theorize about a potential home console only version of the Switch, but you can't have that because Nintendo sucks. They would never do that. Like, chill, dude, chill. You don't know. What are you, their spokesman, homie? You get paid by these people? Oh my God. I work with 2 people like that. Holy heck. Call me Nintendo, I'm available. Sounds like you're trying to take Nintendo on a date. Maybe they do just need their cobwebs dusted off. Maybe that's really all Nintendo's problem is. Good old cobweb dusting. Ryan gonna see some Nintendo titties? I can't really talk about console gaming these days. I have a Series X and 90% of it is Netflix, Disney, YouTube. That's fair, man. We all grow as gamers, you know? I think console gaming is kind of moving out. You know, I think it's overall, it kind of feels like it's out the door, you know? I was thinking about this the other day. I think there's a future where Nintendo's the only true console gaming company ever left. Like, I see a future where Nintendo slowly becomes the only true console company left. And everyone else is like digital, like PC focused. Games are on PC. You don't need to own a PlayStation. You don't need to own an Xbox, even if they offer that stuff. And the only console that you're really going to ever need to own to play the games would be Nintendo. I think that's a future we're going to, because mobile's taking over. PC is just obviously taking over. And the only thing that makes this not true is that Nvidia is single-handedly strong-arming the PC gaming market to be absolute trash. So your average person wants to try to get involved with PC gaming, and they have to buy a $3,000 graphics card to do it. And it blows. And I think that's the one barrier between console gamers and PC gamers right now, is $3,000 Nvidia graphics cards. And it's like, dude, like, we can't get in. It's so unreasonable to get a solid gaming PC that's going to last you 5 to 10 years nowadays. It's so unreasonable. If you want a PC that's going to last you 5 years, you are paying $3,000. If you want a gaming PC that's going to be able to play brand new games for the next 5 years, brand new games, I'm talking fresh, hot off the press games, you're going to have to spend $3,000. And that's so brutal. That's so brutal, dude. It's like, so sure, you could go buy a computer. So I'm sure the tech heads in here are like, oh, you don't have to spend that. You could buy a PC for $1,000 that could game. Yeah, but that computer ain't gonna play anything new. It ain't gonna play anything brand new. That's the problem, because everything's being like spaced out so quickly and like phased out so quickly. And it's like, oh, it's so brutal, dude. But I don't run high-end games. Right, that's the problem. So I'm mostly talking about like new games. You can get a very affordable computer for $1,000 that can play everything that you need it to play. For sure. That exists. Yeah. But at that point, could you not just buy, you know, a Steam Deck for $500 and that plays almost everything? You know what I mean? Like, yes, exactly. Like, that's the conversation. It's like, at that point, if you're gonna commit to an $1,000 PC, you could almost just continue being a console gamer and just buy a Steam Deck, and you're like, fine. So it's like weird. It's like a weird conversation. It's like, it's almost not even worth it, unless you're, of course, using that PC for more than just gaming, which obviously most of us do. And that's why the perk of having a computer is so nice, because it does more than just game, you know? Like, for me personally, I'm going to take an $1,000 computer over a Steam Deck any day. And the reason is because I'm tech savvy enough that I can make a PC do anything I want it to do within reason. Like, I know how to go and change like the INI files of a game to make it run in a way that it shouldn't have ever been able to run. I know how to emulate old games. You know what I mean? So like, I would personally rather have the PC because I'm a tech head enough to like utilize it to its fullest capability. But I think for your average person, you just pick up the Steam Deck and you just, you know, wash your hands of it. Just, okay, I'm good. This is worth it for me. All right. We have officially hit 400 tickets. Yeah, right. That makes sense, Danger, yeah. In your situation, I think I'd rather have a Steam Deck as well. I'm going to get a Steam Deck soon. 400 tickets. Ticket number 401. Ticket number 401. I hope in the future Nintendo games can be good. I think Nintendo games are good. I guess good is a very... I think good is just loosely used here. That's all. I think Elijah... I think it's just being loosely used. The way I interpret that comment is... I hope in the future Nintendo games can be up to par graphically and performance-wise to the rest of the industry. I think that's how I interpret that question. That comment is they're not talking about the game being good or bad in the sense of fun or not fun. They're saying, I hope that one day Nintendo games can be on the performance level and the graphic fidelity level of modern games, 60 to 120 FPS, 1440p plus, which is starting to slowly happen. That's what I think they're saying. They're not necessarily saying that the games are like not fun, because obviously I think we all know fun is subjective. What makes a game fun to me and good to me is different to you, Now, maybe I'm just giving good grace here, but I think we should all take a comment for face value, and try to understand what's actually being said versus what maybe has been said. Is there a way to use a keyboard and mouse with the Switch 1? Yeah, I think so. Do you ever think that we get to that bar? No, I don't. On that note, no, Nintendo's never going to do that. Nintendo has made it pretty clear what they're doing. And I think the new Nintendo management and president is really leaning into... They're not doing that ever. They're never going to do that. I don't think Nintendo is ever going to be that company. They're always going to focus on games that are not that. I don't know. I could talk further about it, but I don't think so. I think Nintendo's always going to just focus on what they consider fun first. And they're not going to care about anything else. Now, I say that, but Metroid Prime 4 is going to be able to be played in 4K, 60 FPS, right? So I think they're going to attempt to make some games maybe better than others, but I think at the end of the day... Exactly, Daz. I don't think they're ever going to pursue that as their main goal. That's just not what they do. I think they've made it very clear. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the next Breath of the Wild is like cell shaded back. Like, here's like a good way to word it. I wouldn't be surprised if the next Zelda game goes back in the direction of like Skyward Sword or Wind Waker. Just because they feel like it. Exactly. Fun art direction. Just because they feel like it. And everyone's going to go, oh, but Breath of the Wild looks so much better. And we're going to be like, yeah, well, too bad. Here's our new Zelda. Because that's how that company works. Like, they're not gonna lean into that stuff. Yeah, they don't care at all. And I think that's my metaphor for the company as a whole. That's why I brought that up. That comment is a metaphor for the company as a whole. They are always going to go in the fun and art direction. They're not going to do that stuff. Yeah. They don't really care. And for some people, that's super unfortunate. I know. For some people, that kind of sucks to hear that, but that's why you have the occasional Metroid Primes, dude. You got to take what you can get from Nintendo. And if not, then, maybe it's just, time to move on, right? Which is not a harsh thing to think about. Like Metroid Prime 4 is going to be gorgeous. And if you don't think so, then I think you might be past the point of liking Nintendo. Metroid Prime 4 is going to be that eye candy. It is going to be that that game that people want from Nintendo right now. And if they were to make like a new F-Zero, I think it would also be like a gorgeous masterpiece. Super realistic looking, you know, and they're going to do that every once in a while, but they're not going to do a lot of that. That's not going to be their MO. Here it is, dude. This is so creepy. The villager's just not here. Oh, Penelope the mouse, dude. Hyper-realistic is overrated. The truth is that I don't think the game industry even wants hyper-realistic. I think if you really try to listen to the negative feedback, people just want 60 FPS baseline, which is funny. There is kind of a cruel narrative around the idea of people wanting their games to look good, as if they're like mega snobs that only like 120 FPS. And the truth is that's not all the way true. I feel bad for people who like their games looking good because they get put into a box of like, oh, this guy's just a chotch. Oh, you're too good for Nintendo games? And it's like, no, actually, a lot of those people are very normal people. And they just want their games to perform good. They want 60 minimum FPS. They want their games to be on par with standard baseline performance. And I actually don't think they're asking for too much. I would never, that is a fair ask of your modern games. That's fair. You know what I mean? So I do feel bad for people who like their games to look nice, because a lot of people don't even want hyper realistic. I think a lot of people agree that it's overrated. I think really what people want is just good performing games that don't fall apart on release, that aren't piles of hunks of junk. And unfortunately, anything under 60 FPS feels like a hunk of junk. It's just the truth. It's not always the case, but for a lot of people, anything under like 60 FPS is like gonna feel bad. And it's like, all right, you know, that's fair. But yeah, I think that's a common narrative. I think hyper-realistic is overrated. So like, look at Elden Ring. So you bring up Elden Ring in the chat, and I think you're right. Elden Ring is far from hyper-realistic. However, Elden Ring is one game of the year. You know what I mean? So I think that's actually the perfect example right there. Elden Ring is the embodiment of what the people want. A solid 60 FPS in a game that's looks good and is artistically designed well, that plays well, you know, that isn't falling apart, you know, and it just sucks because the industry is not really giving us a lot of that nowadays. We have to kind of fight for those games, kind of, sort of. But I don't agree with people who say cartoony graphics are bad. That's where I do draw the line personally. I think just because a game has a special art direction doesn't mean that it's inherently bad. So like Animal Crossing graphics versus Elden Ring. I think they both look good for different reasons, you know? Yeah, Breath of the Wild won Game of the Year, so did Astrobot. So did Elden Ring. And if you really think about it, what connects all those games? I think it would be performance over everything else. Gameplay, exactly. Gameplay, performance. That's what people want, man. People want games that feel good and play good. I don't all the way think people are as crazy about graphics. Those people exist for sure, but my favorite art style game is Stray. Stray is a very beautiful game, to be fair. Story, gameplay, performance, three biggest things. Yeah, well said. I think gameplay is probably the top. Performance is probably second. Maybe story is third, right? I haven't played Astrobot. I do have access to it. I will play it one day. But that day won't be today. That day will not be today. Because today, I'm out of here. Appreciate everyone coming out today. I won't be back till Wednesday. And I'll see y'all there. And I don't know what we're going to do this week. Probably more villager hunting on Wednesday, probably. So appreciate y'all coming out. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for vibing here on a Monday. But I'm tired. I'm very tired today. So I'm going to go and be a degenerate for the next 12 hours. And just do whatever I want to do. And then I'm going to be productive tomorrow. So that's it. That's what I'm doing today. I'm out of here. Go rest. Yeah, I'm going to spend the next 12 hours not using my brain at all. It'll be sick. I'm tired. It was a long week, man. I definitely hit the end of my road today. But I appreciate those of you who hung out regardless. I know my long-term viewers can tell when I'm a little tired. Thanks for hanging out anyways. No raid today. We're just going to get out of here. But I do encourage y'all to check out some of the Hyro Gaming Group members. We got 2 stream teams here. Check them out. Give them some love. But I'm out. I'm fading out. Yo, we do have a movie night, by the way. We are planning a movie night in the Discord. I think it's going to be Thursday. We'll figure that out here. I'll probably make the post tomorrow. So if you aren't already in the Discord and you would like to watch Ratatouille, we're going to do a Ratatouille Discord movie night here this week. It should be fun. It should be a lot of fun. So I appreciate y'all. And hope you have a great rest of your Monday. On that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. Mondays wouldn't be the same without you. Aw, dude. Thank you, chat. No matter what, I'll always be here on a Monday if I can. And we'll just adjust the vibes accordingly, dude. I think we managed to put on a really good show today. And that's what matters, right? Thank you so much, fam. If I don't see y'all here on Wednesday, I'll see you when I see you. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. Ginger King Morgso, Keisha, Kita Benita, Tima. Yo, beautiful week of streams. We went hard this week, man. We went hard this week. I don't think my last real day off might not have been like 13 days ago or something. But who's counting, right? Rain 5150, 370, Ash, 370, Trips 14, Boystar, Nembo Tavi, Zane, Tam Pert, Perpetrator, Ryan Pert, Lady Oak, Feisty. Yo, big shout outs to the supporters today. Thank you for hitting that clip leaderboard. Thank you, Blood Raven. Thank you, Courtney, for the 14 months. Courtney, I appreciate you. I might have missed that one, to be honest. Wavy, thank you for the 5,000 biddies. Thank you so much. All the follows today. YouTube subscriptions, Astronomical. Appreciate the resub. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. And I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But on that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace out, y'all. Hit them cat jams, baby. Peace. Peace.